Honorable members, at the suspension, we were debating a compendium of bills. I presume we're not ready. With the honorable member for St. Anne's on the floor.
Thank you very much.
The chair recognizes the honorable member for St. Anne's.
To open the door, but it'll unlock as well. It'll start. You gotta press the pedal. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the members of the public now sitting in the gallery in support of my contribution. I just noticed that I have a substantial amount more hair than Central and South of Lutheran. So things are looking good.
You need a minute?
No, ma'am, I'm comfortable. I'm the underdog, but I'm back in my home turf, Madam Speaker. I'm doing well. And Madam Speaker, I have a few display boards that I'll present as I go along this afternoon in your wonderful house. And with that said, I'll begin now with 18 seconds on the clock. I'd ask that any questions be held until the end of my contribution, Madam Speaker. And I'll do my best to answer any online questions that come in on the Parliamentary Facebook page, Madam Speaker. I think the staff at the Parliament and the Parliamentary Service Commission are doing an excellent job with their social media posts, keeping the public aware of what we're doing in the House. Madam Speaker, I'm going to start once my good decent leader from Marcos City sits down. I'm going to start, Madam Speaker, with something for everyone to consider, and that is that guilt, Madam Speaker, guilt is in the act. Guilt is in the act, Madam Speaker. And what I mean by that is a man has actually murdered another man long before he is found guilty by a court. Only a finding of guilt occurs at court. Guilt itself occurs in the act. Before a court, a man or woman is seen as innocent until proven guilty. But guilt itself is in your act. Courts can get verdicts wrong. Adjudicators can be wrong. Jesus wasn't guilty, but they crucified him. Barabbas was guilty, but they set him free. Each one of us in here knows which acts we have done and which acts we haven't done. This is an honorable house, but the House doesn't make each of us an honorable man or an honorable woman. If you don't believe me, ask members of the public. Our acts determine who we are. Even when those around you are silent, the truth of your actions are known to you. Our Parliament operates around an accepted understanding that while the minority will have its say, the government will have its way. In this Parliament, when a minority is prohibited from speaking, a reasonable question arises. Why are the majority afraid to hear it? Or tormented conscience demands peace, peace through escape from deliberation and discussion, and or peace through intimidation from judgment, even self-judgment. Silence is a disservice to those we are elected to serve. During this debate, the minority has been instructed to be silent on certain arguable relevant topics. A member of the minority now faces possibility of suspension. On May 12th, less than 36% of registered voters voted to elect the PLP. The PLP still rallied at Clifford Park on May 12th, however, in celebration. Madam Speaker, as you can see, I now have my Bahamian flag up. So I'm ready. I'm on my feet. I'm built on firm foundation. On May 12th, less than 36% of registered voters voted to elect the PLP. The PLP still rallied at Clifford Park in celebration of the victory. Even though the majority of voters didn't cast their vote, even when the PLP rallied in celebration at Clifford Park, most Bahamians stayed home. A few weren't even still in the country. We heard much bragging of two-peats and three-peats, as though individual victories are only about you. But how many actually didn't vote for you? Representation through service to others isn't about your personal success. Pride goes before a fall.
The
The
chair
Bible
recognizes
teaches us to put God first.
the honourable member for Yamacraw.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The good member for Sinan said he had some props today, and being displayed on national and international television, I guess, is in the front of him in this honorable house, a photo. Madam Speaker, I'm seeking guidance in this because I think that this is out of order. And knowing the parameters around which this photo has been circulating in the past few weeks, I think that the member is is treading on very dangerous grounds to have that displayed person's image and likeness, possibly without their permission, to do whatever he is doing today in the House. And so, Madam Speaker, I would ask that that is removed and the member can proceed without such spectacle. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We heard much bragging of two-peats and three-peats, as though individual victories are only about you. How many actually didn't vote for you? Representation through service to others isn't about your personal success. Pride goes before a fall. The Bible teaches us to put God first. He who is last shall be first. Yes,
Honourable
Madam
member,
Speaker.
what is the relevance of you displaying this particular photo?
The May 12th, Madam Speaker. Events of May 12th. We've spoken in depth, I think, about the success of the PLP on May 12th. And the images I've displayed thus far are all related to May 12th, including the evening. And Madam Speaker, I'm actually not doing anything contrary to what you had prohibited previously. So I'm not here to irritate the chair, Madam Speaker. I'm staying within the rules and within your existing decisions.
So what does this, the relevance of this
A
to the
number
budget
of,
debate?
see, there you go, Madam Speaker. This is a bit of a slippery slope. If I begin to discuss it, Madam Speaker, then I might fall within your existing decision. So I prefer not to get into the discussion about it, Madam Speaker, because as you would have noted already, Madam Speaker, also once it would have been sent to Committee of Privilege, you can start. You can do it midriff. You can do it tomorrow.
Yes.
You can do it next week.
Yes.
And every time you do it, I will stop you, because as Speaker, once I would have sent it to the Committee of the Privilege under the rules, no man or no woman in this honorable House, in this honorable assembly, can speak to it. The gentleman from Yamacraw breached the rules, Madam Speaker. I did not. I've not spoken to it. Okay, and that is that. We will move on.
The chair
I
recognizes
know my
the honourable
rules,
member for
and
Cat
I'm going to
Island,
enforce them.
Rumkey and San Salvador.
It is often said that pictures speak. 1,000 words. So whereas he may not be uttering the words, the picture is there to utter it for him. And in this instance, as has been said, this matter has been referred to the Committee on Privilege. Yes, as long as it is in that committee, we are not to speak about it. He's speaking about it just by displaying the picture. Now, it behooves us to have the Committee on Privilege to deal with the matter as quickly as possible to determine whether or not we could continue to talk about it. And that should be his urgings at this time, not to be cute with his words, speak on one thing and then have an expression of his words depicted by a picture. I think it's inappropriate, and he ought not to be allowed to continue to show it. It's already been shown, it's there, and it's gone. But I think you have made your point, and you should take the pictures down.
Thank you, Honourable Member.
That's the second member that is attempting to put a banana peel in front of my step. I'm not going to get into that slippery slope, Madam Speaker. I'm going to follow your rule. I'm not going to speak to it. If I can continue. The Bible...
I'd like for you to take that particular photo down.
It's also part of the matter of privilege. I thought the matter of privilege related to a company.
I'm not speaking on it.
This is an innocent...
I have sent that to the Committee of Privilege, and you're not going to draw me into that today. But listen,
yes.
listen. At the end of the day, no matter what we think, no matter what would have happened, this gentleman is a Bahamian and he has family. So let's leave it alone. Let the courts make their decision. It's an open investigation. It's being dealt with by the U.S. And let's respectfully respect that. Let's just do that.
Down?
Down.
Okay. This is not far enough.
Down. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, pride goes before the fall. The Bible teaches us to put God first. He who is last shall be first. Matthew chapter 20, verse 16. As we discuss this debate, Madam Speaker, one of the significant allocations that come under it, considering I'm back in office for another 5 years, is the allocation of capital grant money in service to constituents and community. It's important for those in here to tell us what they did for their community with the time and resources given. When a member boasts in arrogance, that is not a virtue. The lasting election impression you leave is that the victory is all about yourself. In St. Anne's, we did a lot with the communities and for the constituency using the little capital grant money we were given. We gave accountability, Madam Speaker, with regard to our spending of the capital grant funds. This was a billboard displayed on Johnson Road and at various locations through A-frames leading up to the election. In here, it identifies that the capital grant amount money received over the last term by St. Anne's was $587,500. The total amount spent was $586,501.97. That's less than 1,000 left in the account, Madam Speaker, at the end of my first term, and this accounting was made public. It was even, I think, carried on the advance poll day in some of the Our News coverage. In St. Anne's, we gave accountability for how the money was spent. Due to the lack of government department expenditure to categories such as environment and security, which included parks and green spaces, our flexi contractors that rendered service on a monthly basis wherever a constituent would have identified a need, to security, which this term even included the installation of a CCTV camera, not in partnership by contribution through the government, but entirely out of the capital grant funds, and that services the Mount Vernon community, Madam Speaker. We intend to continue that in this next administration, in this next term. We also had social outreach and education. Education, anything from scholarships provided to one boy and one girl on an annual basis, as well as computers where the need arose, the annual back-to-school giveaways, backpacks, textbooks, writing utensils, and a nice, happy meal to see the children on their way. That was included. Social outreach, there was more than one instance where we assisted persons with building materials for their properties along the Fox Hill Road area. A lady whose name I'm fond of reaches out to me just about every day telling me that she used what was given and she just needs a little bit more to finish it off. That seems to be a bit of a common trend, Madam Speaker, but when you look at the condition of some of the homes of constituents in St. Anne's, which includes Easton Road, includes Blair, includes Johnson Road and Step Street, and the majority, I think, of what is traditionally recognized as Fox Hill Road that leads from Easton Road on both sides all the way to the back of the police station. The police station is in St. Anne's, and Step Street. There are a number of persons that won't ask, Madam Speaker, in most cases, but they're in need. There's a gentleman that lives on Dunkirk Street. The home that once belonged to his mother has burnt down and become dilapidated. His brother, who was a representative of the country in speed walking, he had a body shop there. He passed away last year, and now it's just one remaining brother. And he lives in a structure that must have been a room to part of the larger home previously. It's approximately 8 by 8 in size. And when you walk in the back third of the home, which is on the lowest part of the slope of the roof, is just about entirely open. So when it rains, he has a full water feature inside his home, and all of his materials, including his outlaid Bible, is pulled away from the water, so he's not affected. I've had the opportunity to speak with the member for Marathon with responsibility for urban renewal, and she's given me confidence that, at least for that one particular gentleman, there'll be some assistance that I can account for him. If not, that too would be something allocated from under the capital grant money. Madam Speaker, we also had expenditure for infrastructure and utilities. I think 2 weeks before the actual election, I filled 60 potholes in one night. That was from Johnson Road through Nassau East North, some along Easton Road, several through the side roads of Johnson Road off the constituency office. 60 in a night, Madam Speaker, out there with the torch blowing on the ground. The cost is roughly $100 a hole. When you stretch that out over 60 holes in a night, you're going to have some that are about the size of my head and some that are about the size of the clerk's table in front of us. So they range in size, but the count goes in. So that exercise alone came out to a substantial amount of money. But it's necessary, because if the capital grant funds aren't applied, it doesn't seem as though there's going to be any application in a timely manner from the government departments. And just as I pause there, I note that the member for South Eleuthera, Central and South Eleuthera, told us about this new monitoring system at Ministry of Works Plus. One of the features is that if you have a pothole, you can plug it in there, you can report it, and then keep a track of the responsiveness to when it's actually corrected. I think potholes, Madam Speaker, are the one public issue that don't actually need persons to report them. They report on themselves, Madam Speaker. The moment a pothole is created in the road, it's giving notice to everybody, I'm deep, I'm dangerous, come cure me. So to have this responsibility on members of the public, to recognize that the responsibility is the public's responsibility by the creation of this feature within the overall software being created by Ministry of Works Plus. It's an indication that at least over the last term, despite our questions being on the record, there was no one from the Ministry of Works that was actively in driving the roads and identifying the potholes and addressing them in a timely manner.
The chair recognizes the honourable member for Central and South Eleuthera.
Madam Speaker, it's interesting that the member for, I can't see his name because he got a sign across there, St. Anne's, continues to speak ill of the hard-working people of the Ministry of Works, who, once they're notified, they're on the road to ensure they patch the holes in the roads. We've paid more in the past year than any Ministry of Works in decades, not just in the Family Islands, Madam Speaker, but across this country, even in St. Anne's. And any member of Parliament, even the member for St. Anne's, the member for St. Anne's has messaged me all the time and report potholes to me. And as soon as the members report, the team from the Ministry of Works, not myself, but the hard-working staff of the Ministry of Works are on the road to patch those holes. So, Madam Speaker, I take great offense, not for myself, but on behalf of the people that ensure that the roads are as smooth as possible. And you have to understand that we have over 1,000 miles of roads in New Providence. And by the end of this term, we intend to have almost every road in New Providence taken care of. And this app and this new software that a young Bahamian lady is developing will help to ensure that we help to alleviate potholes, and the public can help notify us across the country, Madam Speaker, across the world. You just seen in Barbados, the Prime Minister, Mayor Motley, just announced an app very similar to what we're launching to report potholes. So this ain't nothing new, Madam Speaker. This ain't nothing new.
Thank you, honourable member.
Madam Speaker, that was a clear example of the wrong type of leadership. The moment the good member for Central and South Eleuthera stood up after I criticized the manner in which potholes were addressed during the last term, he automatically threw it on top of the workers.
Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker.
The chair recognizes the honourable member for Central and South Eleuthera.
We in this House, not myself, we in this House tolerate a lot from the member for St. Anne's. We tolerate a lot. For the past 5 years, I don't intend to do it for the next 5. With the sharp remarks, personal attacks, we ain't gonna do it. So if you want to contribute, contribute. If you need things in St. Anne's, we're happy to assist you with them. But don't come in this House trying to speak ill of the member. We tolerate enough, and we ain't gonna do it for the next 5. Not this member, I can tell you that.
Thank you, honourable member.
Madam Speaker, if he doesn't want to be in the House, he can resign his seat, but I'm not going anywhere.
Speaker.
The chair recognizes the honourable member for Central and South Eleuthera.
He think he's got my number, and I see Long Island laughing too, but that's okay. That's okay. But people work hard to be in this House. And people don't work hard in this House to play like children either. So let me tell you this. Madam Speaker, let me tell you this.
Especially in Central and South Eleuthera.
Madam Speaker, Central and South deserves justice. We spend in Long Island too.
Oh, yeah.
You got dock in Long Island. You got road in Long Island. You got water in Long Island. You got new airport coming in Long Island. So you get it there too, Madam Speaker. You get it there too.
Thank you, honourable member.
Madam Speaker, I'm almost getting the feeling that I should call, I can't call the gentleman jokingly, a humorous name. I was tempted to call him sensitive sweeting, but I won't do that, Madam Speaker. But I made a long list, Madam Speaker, of everything that he's doing. At the beginning, he has a very long list of everything that he's doing, Madam Speaker. Standard infrastructure, asphalt, concrete, and steel, 12 major highway schemes, 60 road junction systems, North Eleuthera, Exuma, 150 infrastructure projects, 1.5 billion in costs. And as he was going on and on, calling off the islands, I said, what about St. Anne's for my seat? And he said, what? We've done enough for St. Anne's. That's in the Hansard record, Madam Speaker. So when he says something like that, he may have been caught off, I didn't stand up and interrupt his presentation. I just simply said something from the seat, a general inquiry, what about St. Anne's? And on his feet, you'll hear him say, St. Anne's got enough. So when you talk about St. Anne's having enough, Madam Speaker, and I'm pausing in my contribution, but you can let the clock run. Sensitive Sweeting's already told me he don't want to deal with my stuff in here, so I won't delay it. But when you talk about St. Anne's, Madam Speaker, and you talk about the work that they did under the last administration.
The chair recognizes the honourable member for Yamacraw.
Madam Speaker, if the words weren't caught directly in the microphone with the member on his feet, I probably wouldn't respond to that. But I think the member should withdraw the name calling. He did it on the sly, and then he did it again. We could resort to some of that if that's the road we want to go down. But I think that the member should do the honourable thing and refrain from calling names of the member from South and Central Eleuthera and refer to the member as the member from South and Central Eleuthera.
Thank you, honourable member. We'll strike sensitive sweetie from the record.
Appreciate that, Madam Speaker. I'm not sure why Yamacraw is getting jealous of the time I'm giving to Central and South Eleuthera, but obviously, see, there you go, Madam Speaker.
Gets on his feet and be inappropriate in his speech and begin throwing personal remarks and otherwise and slight undertones in his speech or innuendos, you know the word, right? Then we're going to shut it down. The member is grossly out of order. And whether you want to be disrespectful outright or you want to do it with undertones, it's going to be shut down from the side. And we're not going to go past it because he is not entitled. Like everybody else, he's subjected to rules. Now, if that's the road we're going to go down, no problem, including his leader who is supporting him. You have no moral authority to talk about anything, Marco City. You have no moral authority to talk about anything.
Thank you, honourable member.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, it may have sounded as though, Madam Speaker, it may have sounded as though Yamacraw was saying that they will shut it down. But you and I know who's in charge of this, House, Madam Speaker. Yeah, but they don't shut me down. Maybe if you decide to, that's different. But they don't shut me down, Madam Speaker. Only you can shut me down. Okay. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Now, getting back to the great works that Works Plus Central and South Eleuthera did in St. Anne's last election. They would tell you that they paved Eastern Road. It probably took about 3 different attempts. This section along Montague Foreshore is actually a resurfacing done after they had to dig up the underground for the utilities. Now look at this. This is a park in Montague Bay, beautiful Montague Bay. You got here asphalt. They made islands of asphalt. Okay, Ministry of Works in the last term made islands of asphalt. You all heard about islands in the sun? Ministry of Works, PLP, made islands of asphalt, Madam Speaker. And that's still there today. And And Madam Speaker, just like you see when a road gets paved, and now all of a sudden the manhole cover, which was at the surface of the road level before, is now basically a man-made pothole. You got massive one at Pilot House, I mean, you dodge the one at Pilot House, and then you got to come back out because maybe it's Works. A lot of times when I called Works last administration, he'd say, oh, that's water and sewage, so I got to call Lundy on top of the first call. So check out the Pilot House. They got a deep manhole cover right in front of the Pilot House, just next to the poop deck, if you don't know where the Pilot House is. When you dodge that manhole cover, you either go around into the other lane or you cut inside, and then you have to cut back into the middle because there's a massive section out right there by the Pilot House from water and sewage operation or some underground utility. And you have that same type of massive takeout that's not been resurfaced in months right in front of Lightbourne Marine. So both of those between Pilot House and On the Run gas station there. But when you lift the road surface and don't lift the manhole covers, you get these manhole potholes I've spoken of. But when you lift the road surface and there was an existing park curb here to prevent vehicles from just driving across into the park at any place. I mean, this is a park that the F&M administration would have installed, like Montague Beach, where the dikes were put in for the sand, the public dock was redone. This was a park where actual consideration was given to its layout. There's actually parking bays. You know, you go to Saunders Beach, and you see the people parking in the parking area. Beautiful. But then you see people parked up right next to the toilet. And you know that wasn't designed for cars to be in between the playground and the toilet. But some people will find that minimum amount of tree shade available there and stay in the car. My point is the road and the curb are now basically the same size. Vehicles are driving in everywhere. Instead of the parking bays being the nice design layout, you have areas that are being worn from use, Madam Speaker, that were never intended to be used. Where does the road material go, Madam Speaker? Right here into this little park area that I call Fishnet Park. I reported this to the minister before the election. Like a pothole, the ministry shouldn't need someone to report it. It's up in your face all day long. All you got to do is live in the country, Madam Speaker, and not close your eyes. This is asphalt rubble after the road surface has been torn up. Not only do you have someone who's gone and thrown slabs of concrete with rebar sticking out all over. This is an actual another park area right opposite the St. Anne's fish ramp, Madam Speaker. Montague Market. This has been there for 2 years. It's been added to recently. You know, the real reason I brought this was because if the Ministry of Works doesn't have a use for it, an elderly couple from Fox Hill told me that they live off of Fox Hill Road on the eastern road just below St. Anne's School, and their road that they have in the back of the house is entirely dirt. So they're not asking for much because in all the years they never received much, but they would like some of this material that's clearly being left here as waste to be placed on their road so that they could have some kind of surface to walk and have their vehicles pass by on. So, Madam Speaker, coming back to my presentation, overall, there needs to be accountability for how capital grant money is spent. And in St. Anne's, we're asking for more capital grant money. So I've not seen public accountability from others on their capital grant spending, but with the appropriate requirements for public reporting in newspapers, Madam Speaker, not the public board where we submit annual declarations, but with public disclosures in newspapers as to how the
The
capital
chair
grant money is being
recognizes the
spent.
honourable member for Nassau Village.
Point of order of misleading, right? I think it's disingenuous that the member for St. Anne's is insinuating that each and every member in here does not do their quarterly disclosures, which is mandated by the Ministry of Finance and Law. So I don't know why he's choosing to mislead the public like that. As far as I'm concerned, each and every single member of this House is required by law to submit all allocations of the capital grant to the Ministry of Finance before another allocation disbursement is issued. So I would caution the member with his reckless statements yet again.
That is correct. Thank you, honorable member.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. So my original point for those that just tuned in is that this public reporting of use of capital grant money, this was displayed on Eastern Road, Johnson Road. That's the heart to the east in Fox Hill. That was displayed by me in my first term. Something like that, and that's not even going into the great detail, should be done by all ministers that are seeking, or members of parliament that are seeking to have an increase to their capital grant money, and it should go into the papers, right? There's no reason that the public and reporters have to keep asking, have all members of parliament made their public disclosure filings in time?
Madam Speaker,
The chair recognizes the honorable member for
unless
Pine.
I missed something, Madam Speaker, the capital grant has nothing to do with public disclosure. That is not for the MP personal use. As stated by the member for Nassau Village, you give an account for the funds that you spent each quarter before the Ministry of Finance release the other thing. So public disclosure have nothing to do with what you got with your capital grant.
Thank you, honorable member.
Right there, the two gentlemen contradicted themselves. One was saying the public disclosure, when you report to cabinet before you can get your next allocation, is public disclosure. This one saying that has nothing to do with public disclosure. Madam Speaker, my point is, and where these honourable members are getting confused is, and Pinewood, Madam Speaker, I don't know where Pinewood brought up capital grant money into public disclosures. My point. Is that a threat, Madam Speaker?
I don't think so.
Madam Speaker, you know that had undertones of a threat just now. They ain't talking to us. We from Engliston. We from Engliston. Like that's meant to intimidate somebody. Rudy don't fear no boy. Rudy don't fear no boy. Rudy don't fear. Now, Madam Speaker, just to nip this one in the bud, what I'm saying, and these guys are almost there with me. What I'm saying,
The chair recognizes the honorable member for Pinewood.
We had this language before, these guys, and let's keep it, while we're keeping it professional, let's keep it professional.
Thank you.
Honorable.
Thank you, honorable member.
so what I'm saying, and what the honorable member for Nassau Village sometimes calls himself Marley in here, but I guess you can only call yourself certain things. Sometimes refers to himself as Marley in here. He doesn't refer to himself as the honorable member for Nassau Village and the honorable member for Pinewood. They're almost on the same page with the honorable member for St. Anne's. Okay, I can't even call myself me without getting into trouble with these good gentlemen. Now, my point is that you get capital grant money. As Nassau Village said, I haven't seen it since the capital grant money was increased. There's a request that comes from Cabinet for you to disclose what you've done with the last quarterly allocation. That was an automatic, Madam Speaker, every time we were to get another quarterly payment until July of 2024 in my case, when it was increased from 100,000 to 150,000. I didn't get another request since then. I still kept my records. I still made my records. Now let me break this down when I say public. Open to everybody passing by. Just like publicizing a newspaper would be open to every member of the public. They were talking, that's that word again, bloody English language. Nassau Village and Pinewood, Madam Speaker, they're talking about the individual MPs' monies, personal monies, assets, investments, debts. Those are their spouses. Those are the children 18 and under. I'm not talking about that when I say public disclosure. I'm talking about what we do with our capital grant money. Our constituents should, on an annual basis, be made aware of it. That doesn't happen right now, to my knowledge, and this is so far undisputed, the only instance of when any member of parliament had disclosed the use of the capital grant money to constituents who live in the public. That's my only point. I'm actually petitioning, Madam Speaker, for constituencies, for members of parliament to receive more on an annual basis than the 150,000. I'm not saying that everybody, I'm not saying that everyone should get it, but with appropriate requirements for public reporting in newspapers and imposition of specific project categories for spending, no one should be excluded, especially our Family Island constituencies, where we must acknowledge the need is greater. Despite the low total number of constituents, the infrastructure and development needs in the Family Island constituencies are greater. Did you know that in Cat Island, there are 101,754 registered voters? Exuma has 4,136 registered voters, and Central and South Eleuthera has 2,479 registered voters. An average lower number of registered voters per constituency when compared to the number of registered voters seen in the average New Providence constituency. But still, there is a greater need for increased capital funds in the Family Islands. Even West Grand Bahama, Madam Speaker, with 5,351 numbers of voters, exceeds Cat Island and Exuma and South Andros. Yet this term, after being a parliamentary secretary with involvement in the New Day government's Ministry for Grand Bahama, this term, despite a successful re-election, he was excluded from all cabinet appointments. It's evident that West Grand Bahama wasn't welcome to cabinet this term. I don't know who the PLP tailor is, but it's hard not to see that West Grand Bahama is being not stitched up, but stitched out. And it's not a good look, Madam Speaker. The spoils of war are not yours because there was no war. With such a low voter turnout, it was hardly an election. The public is already rife with rumors that at least one person in the Family Islands has allegedly lost their job in the aviation sector because of alleged political victimization. And there is now an alleged claim that a certain MP's family member has been released from prison. Last term, the New Day administration repeatedly boasted over IMF's use of the word remarkable. It stands to reason to now also highlight some of the words of the former Jamaican Prime Minister, Bruce Golding, chairperson of the Commonwealth Observer Group, and what he said about our recent general elections. Mr. Golding said, small countries like the Bahamas, where constituencies have relatively few votes, are especially vulnerable to the influence of money and potential vote buying. He warned that wealthy candidates could calculate how many votes to win and use financial resources to secure support. This is something that worries us, he said. He also pointed out that there isn't enough money in this budget to address campaign finance reform. Well, actually, that's something I'm pointing out, Madam Speaker, to give you context. Bruce Golding joked that international bodies could spend another century sending observers to the Bahamas to make recommendations only to have them ignored. Madam Speaker, there's several newcomers to this elected House. They are equal to all members in this legislature. Unlike the member for West Grand Bahama, some of you were appointed to cabinet. Some of you have made maiden claims that are refutable. South Abaco, you were not the first, as claimed. Fort Charlotte, you did not receive the most votes of anyone in history, as claimed. And Southern Shores, I know your colleagues have a nickname for you. Sounded like Tall Can, but you're in the Honorable House of Assembly now. Your father was a known UBP before he became a PLP. He, along with Sir Franklin Wilson, have been amongst the most successful politically involved businessman in the country since independence. Your actual name, with your leave, Madam Speaker, your actual name, Sean, is a good name. Sean would know the difference between, and I apologize for doing this, Madam Speaker. Sean would know the difference between hiring a hitman and hearing the confession of a hitman. Sean would recognize that the Oban deal was put together by the PLP and contained a lot of PLP land. This is the start of a new beginning, a legacy that doesn't need to scrape and rake. Be better, is my only advice, Madam Speaker.
The chair recognizes the honourable member for Yamacraw.
I was hoping that the member would realize the error of his ways and withdraw himself from that, going down that road. But I'm going to ask the member, unless he can substantiate what he has put in the record, that he withdraw immediately the reference to Oban. The other offensive stuff, I'll leave it up to his conscience, but that reference, he should put his facts on the table or withdraw it immediately.
Thank you, honourable member.
Madam Speaker, you and I both know the Oban file can't be found.
Exactly. And I thought,
My only advice, Madam Speaker, is be better, be better. But if the PLP want to continue to operate out of the trash can, but if the PLP,
The chair.
you got to stand up for a point of order, right? I mean, honestly, Madam Speaker, I can't walk him to the trough.
you have said some things on your feet that there is no proof of being accurate, and you have a responsibility to either lay the facts that supports that, or you withdraw. You can't just move on.
Madam Speaker, there's become a precedent to this debate, and that is that your honourable member for Bamboo Town, Madam Speaker Patricia DeVoe, she listens, she hears. She lets the contribution proceed. Persons have points of order. She doesn't make her ruling right away. She waits until the end. She waits until the end. She refers it to her attorneys if necessary. But she doesn't, not this time, she doesn't address it right away. I'm still in your court though, Madam Speaker, but that was, now that it's my turn, I'm comfortable with that procedure, Madam Speaker, that precedent. So my advice, Madam Speaker, this is the start of a new beginning, a legacy that doesn't need to scrape or scrap, so be better. But if the PLP want to continue to operate at the trash can, know that the F&M has the receipts. Madam Speaker, I've got a collection of articles from the Miami Herald, Madam Speaker. I'm not going to turn it to the camera right now because I have a great respect for the man that's depicted on the front of this first page. But this is I think it's a 5 edition, Madam Speaker. First of 6, so 6 parts. In it, it mentions, and I'm just summarizing, smugglers say in the Bahamas, everyone has a price. There's also mention of accusations of drug-related corruption by ministers. Millions in contribution by businessmen. Accusations of witnessing payoffs. This one, I'll show this one, Madam Speaker. Freebasing in Queen's Park as island's cocaine glut traps poor, young, and jobless. There's others that mention lawyers accused of fixing cases and taking bribes. And then these papers from the Miami Herald conclude some days later. This was during the time of the Commission of Inquiry, so there was full investigation, with a story on resignations. Madam Speaker, I think you'll agree in this House, and I hope you'll wait until I'm finished, we have to be better. There is another serious time. This, Madam Speaker, is another serious time in our nation. The question remains, is the executive acting seriously about it? There were promised investigations during the last term. The mace, your mace, was thrown out of the House during that period. The Commissioner of Police resigned without responsibility, but as a public step, according to the Prime Minister, of his seriousness of the occasion. No results of the investigation were disclosed to the public. Actually, before any results were visible, the retired Commissioner of Police was allegedly visible in a cap and PLP paraphernalia during the recent campaign. And I know this Choose Progress Parliament cannot distance itself from a cocaine reputation in Parliament. Despite several options and possibly contrary to our Constitution, the Choose Progress administration appointed a man that would have grown up in the 80s, was arrested in the 90s, and found with a substantial amount of cocaine on his person. He was found guilty and sentenced to several months in prison. Since his file has mysteriously been moved from and suspected to be with SIB now, it would be on the Senator himself to confirm, or the executive to obtain it, and confirm the number of months he was sentenced to. And Madam Speaker, you'll have to excuse me if I sound inconsiderate raising this, but the PLP's campaign in St. Anne's was particularly violent. Aside from notables of PLP royal family signing his nomination form, the PLP sent a lady who was a self-titled queen, who allegedly had family relocate from Exuma long enough in order to vote in St. Anne's. They sent another lady with white hair and long eyelashes who operates as a self-proclaimed stab-in cabin. Videos were recorded outside of my home, looking into my yard. Videos with a school child in uniform sitting in the back seat while the lady ranted, accusing me of cocaine use circulating.
The honourable member for Yamagra.
Madam Speaker, we're in a budget debate. I thought the member has ranted for 43 minutes and 30 seconds with not one reference to the budget. This is abuse of this House. The member has tread down the line of any number of inappropriate utterances. We have sat just to try to get through it at some point, because we realize we'll be doing this all day. He has no remorse for his behavior in this honorable place. And so it's almost easy to sit and just try to get through it so he can get off his feet. But the member is very inappropriate, and I ask him to bring himself to relevance, or just take his seat and we'll use the next day when he wishes to go down this road, other than using the budget debate, such an important debate in this country for this platform. Madam Speaker.
Thank you, honourable member.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Videos with a school child in uniform sitting in the back seat while the lady ranted on, accusing me of cocaine use circulated, Madam Speaker. This is what I had to deal with in my campaign. This honourable House now pays an individual salary. If you want the relevance, salary that is received by members of Parliament comes through Cabinet. Those are allocations under the budget. The Choose Progress administration has decided, in their best judgment or without clear judgment, to appoint to the Senate an individual that was found in possession of a significant amount of cocaine served time in prison. From my reports, it's alleged that he had a sentence of 18 months and 12 months. The Constitution speaks to who can serve in the House of Assembly, and no more than 12 months is the limit of somebody that's serving in Her Majesty's prison, now BDOCS. Madam Speaker, I take the chaplain's point on Thursday. You may have heard me making groans as he went on. I take the chaplain's point on Thursday that good leaders should get their hands dirty, or should not. Good leaders should not get their hands dirty. But good leaders also should send someone to do, but good leaders should not send somebody to do what they're not willing to do themselves. And at no time can a leader remove himself from the acts of his soldiers he has control of. Even Mr. Lajon himself was sent to St. Anne's to do his best, closed one of the poll rooms as well. And there were incidents on the advanced poll day that were reported to the police. Overwhelmingly, the PLP candidate lost every polling division, but the executive still brought that cocaine record into this honorable parliament, unheard of in the history of our honorable parliament. The takeaway is be decent, and you will be treated decent in return. That, Madam Speaker, is the golden rule. In closing, Madam Speaker, the truth will eventually come out, and as the ambassador said, wait and see. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the constituents of St. Anne's that re-elected me. God bless the Bahamas.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The Chair recognizes the Honourable Member for Pinewood.
I didn't want to interrupt the honorable gentleman when he was speaking. Madam Speaker, we are going down a very dangerous path.
Very dangerous.
Not only one party have pictures and cameras. When we are talking about things, there are some things that we on this side could have alluded to also. We have decided not to. We could speak of matters that went all the way up to the Privy Council, and yet in that of members who were still put in and applied for and received nominations, Madam Speaker. At some point, Madam Speaker, is this the route that we want to take? There's 33 of us on this side, you know. We have been deliberate in our attempt to stay away from these kind of things. Even in the last parliament, there are things that we could have referenced. We chose not to. We just came through a grueling campaign. The Bahamian people have spoken. And notwithstanding how we try to finagle numbers to invalidate what has happened, there's 41 of us in here. I just wish, Madam Speaker, that we move. We could debate the bills. We are here to send by our constituents to do our people's business. But this is now morphing into personal attacks, and particularly on individuals who we are portraying out there, where there's a nexus even to those who are sending the betrayals. Madam Speaker, all I ask for is for us to debate. We could fiercely disagree on policies, but let's try and keep the personal attacks from out of the debate. There's no place for it, Madam.
I totally agree, Honourable Member. The Chair recognizes the Honourable Member for St. Anne's.
The honorable member of Pinewood said there's 41 of us in here. There's actually 33 of them of PLP side in here, Madam Speaker, and there's 8 of the F&M side in here, Madam Speaker, and we all recognize that it's not the size of the dog in the fight, Madam Speaker, it's the size of the fight in the dog. And we have 81 that are prepared to fight if necessary. You will note, I did say be better. You will note I identified and recognized Southern Shores. That is because of comments that he made earlier. So it's not now when someone from the opposition returns fire that the war needs to be called off. It's not the size of the dog in the fight, Madam Speaker. It's the size of the fight in the dog. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The Chair recognizes the Honourable Member for Marco City.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this morning you put some remarks on the record. As a point of order, Madam Speaker, I wish to again provide the documentation. I've had a transcription of your comments, Madam Speaker, and I wish to in turn lay this document. Madam Speaker, in this morning's session, you asserted.
You're saying you want to lay it?
Madam Speaker, in this morning's session, you asserted
I remember
that.
asking you said you want to lay it.
Madam Speaker, I wish to.
You didn't ask me to read it. You say you want to lay it. So with that being
no,
said,
no,
I would say,
Madam
what did
Speaker,
the
I wish.
document be brought up?
Madam Speaker, I wish to put the comments on the record. The comments you made, Madam Speaker, were public comments, and so I wish to reference. Just one moment, please. That you asserted that I had used a social media post to malign your character.
I just ordered that the document be brought
And
up.
Madam Speaker, again, you also asserted that I use your full name in a manner that would imply association with drugs in Parliament.
I said you used my name.
When I heard your claim, Madam Speaker, I must admit that I was not clear on what you could have been referencing.
Member.
And I have not and will not conduct myself in that manner.
Member.
Over the lunch break, Madam
Speaker. You will speak on your feet and you can address the situation then.
Madam Speaker,
Speak,
you made a statement that was incorrect today.
You
said I maligned you. I want to assure you and the country that I never maligned you, and we have the documentation for it, Madam Speaker. Are you saying that you do not want me to clarify?
My name under a heading.
And I'm saying, Madam Speaker, no such thing was done. I've also requested of you to provide me with the posts. All of the posts that we have looked at, Madam Speaker, does not support what you said this morning.
You never posted anything that said.
Madam Speaker, that's the point. That's the point I'm making, Madam Speaker.
You never.
Madam Speaker.
Are you saying that to me?
Madam Speaker, this is what I'm saying. If you'd permit me to just complete it, so it's absolutely clear. And so over the lunch break, Madam Speaker.
Honourable member.
I checked my phone.
Honourable member.
And only to presume that you were referring to a post on my Facebook page, Michael Pintard, on June 12, 2006, at 7:30 a.m. I have a screenshot of that same post, Madam Speaker, that I would make available to the House at this point. For clarification of the public, Madam Speaker, and yourself, I wish to, at some point, just read that brief post that was on my page. Madam Speaker, just as you wish to protect your name, I'm reading it to protect mine, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, as you heard, and as you will hear in a moment, the caption refers to you by your title. It does not link you in any drug deals. It states that the claims are allegations, and the source of those claims is clearly referenced. I'm therefore asking you, Madam Speaker, to withdraw what you said this morning specifically, that I put your name under the caption of drug deal in the House of Assembly, as if you were involved in some drug deals, and that I maligned you and impugned your good name. I did no such thing, Madam Speaker. And so, Madam Speaker, I would like to read that quote that's on my site that I presume that you were referencing, Madam Speaker. And the quote on the site says, drug deals in Parliament, that is one of the disturbing allegations contained in a U.S. federal affidavit. The Speaker of the House could have supported our calls for an investigation. Instead, she suggested that we go to the police. So that's exactly what we did last night. The opposition has formally written to the Commissioner of Police requesting a comprehensive investigation into the allegations, including the identity and activities of any individual identified or reasonably identifiable as politician one, whether any elected official, public officer, or state agent participated in, facilitated, or benefited from narcotics trafficking or related criminal activity. It goes on to say, whether any member of law enforcement or the security services provided assistance, protection, intelligence, or failed to act on actionable information. any money laundering activities connected to the alleged narcotics enterprise. Next, the financial flows, assets, and beneficial ownership of structures linked to those involved. And all government contracts, concessions, and financial dealings involving Top-Notch Builders Limited, its affiliates, subsidiaries, and related entities, including the procurement, compliance, and beneficial ownership arrangements. And finally, some may believe there's nothing to investigate. We disagree. We will not rest until the truth comes to light. End of quote. Madam Speaker, finally, this is the quote that was on my page. Madam Speaker, this caption is accompanied by photographs of our caucus members filing the complaint with the Royal Bahamas Police Force.
Thank you. Yes. As many? The chair recognizes the honourable member for Pine Ridge. The chair recognizes the honourable member for Foxhill.
Madam Speaker, I asked if you were going to withdraw.
No.
I am not.
No.
I will not.
I would then like, Madam Speaker, for this matter to be presented to the privilege, the Committee on
Okay.
Privilege Matters.
Thank you.
Madam Speaker,
The chair recognizes the honourable member for Foxhill.
Madam Speaker, I asked at the beginning, are you prepared to withdraw the remarks that you made? Madam Speaker, or provide the evidence that I maligned you, or if you're not prepared, Madam Speaker, I would ask that you refer this matter to the Committee on Privilege. I want to know whether or not I have the microphone, if the microphone is on, Madam Speaker.
I'm not sure, but I'm not preparing to withdraw anything. Thank you, honourable member. The chair recognizes the honourable member for Foxhill.
To be referred to privilege, because I want the public to know I did not do what you assert, and I would expect, Madam Speaker, that you would also do the honourable thing and to withdraw.
I will do the honourable thing.
Madam Speaker, intentionally or unintentionally, what you said this morning, Madam Speaker. Are you prepared to withdraw those remarks? I am not prepared. Are you sure? You're standing.
The chair recognizes the honourable member for Foxhill.
Madam Speaker, I just wanted to draw to the attention of the House that there is no person in the House of Assembly or in the Senate on the Progressive Liberal Party side that is under a disability as a result of any imprisonment or sentence of imprisonment. The Constitution is quite clear about that, and no one, insofar as I'm aware, on this side or in the Senate, is under any disability in law with regard to that. I do not want that reference to be hanging out there. Thank you.
Thank you, honourable member. The chair recognizes the honourable member for Pine Ridge.
Okay. Madam Speaker and members of this honourable House, good afternoon. I do recognize in the gallery my son, Creighton, and the wonderful staff of the Ministry for Grand Bahama who has joined me here today. Oh, if you can stand, please, to be recognized. Yes, Creighton. I want to thank you all for your love and your presence here and your support, of course. I also want to recognize that today is my eldest brother's 55th birthday. So a shout out to my brother in Grand Bahama, all the way in 8 Mile Rock, Edward Davis. Madam Speaker, I rise giving thanks to the Father Almighty, who continues to guide me, strengthen me, cover me, and order my steps in service to his people. Every opportunity to serve is a blessing, and I do not take lightly the responsibility entrusted to me as the Member of Parliament for Pine Ridge. To the extraordinary people of Pine Ridge, thank you for allowing me to be your voice for 2 consecutive terms. I also wish at the very outset to thank our Prime Minister, the Honorable Philip Edward Brave Davis, KC, the member for Cat Island, Rumkey, and San Salvador, for his confidence in reappointing me to his cabinet as Minister for Grand Bahama because progress must continue. Prime Minister, thank you for your leadership, your commitment to Grand Bahama, and your continued support for the work we are doing to move our island and our country forward. I rise today with gratitude, humility, and renewed resolve. I rise on behalf of the courageous, faithful, hardworking people of Pine Ridge, a people who spoke clearly, loudly, and historically on May 12th. Pine Ridge did not whisper. Pine Ridge did not hesitate. Pine Ridge chose progress. And Madam Speaker, Pine Ridge made history. For the first time in almost 30 years, the people of Pine Ridge returned a member of Parliament for a consecutive term, a distinction held before by former Governor General, His Excellency Cornelius A. Smith. Pine Ridge selected me as their choice in every polling division. Pine Ridge delivered the largest margin of victory in the history of the constituency. And I stand here today to say thank you. Thank you, Pine Ridge. Thank you for your trust. Thank you for your confidence. Thank you for believing in the work. Thank you for choosing progress. And let me say this clearly from the floor of this honorable House, I heard you. I see you, I love you, and Pine Ridge, I have your back. Also, this was not simply a political victory. It was a mandate to continue with less talk and more action, a mandate to protect progress, a mandate to strengthen what has started, a mandate to keep building. And that is why I rise today in full support of Budget 2026-2027, a budget that builds on progress. Madam Speaker, this budget must be understood in the full national context. In September 2021, this administration inherited an economy under pressure, downgraded, debt-laden, and still reeling from the triple impact of Hurricane Dorian, COVID-19, and years of mismanagement under the former F&M administration. But under the steady leadership of our Prime Minister, the member for Cat Island, Rumpke, and San Salvador, we went to work. Today, the turnaround is clear. The IMF has called the Bahamas' progress remarkable. The major credit rating agencies have upgraded the Bahamas. Unemployment is down. Tourism is at record levels. Investor confidence has returned. And on May 12th, the Bahamian people renewed our mandate to keep going. That renewal was historic. Like Pine Ridge, for the first time in 30 years, a political party in the Bahamas was returned to office for a consecutive term. So this is not only a budget after an election. This is the first budget communication of a government renewed with the historic mandate to continue the work, deepen the progress, and deliver for the Bahamian people. Madam Speaker, the budget presented by the member for St. Barnabas is not simply a statement of revenue and expenditure. It is a continuation of the work. It expands healthcare access. It invests in young people. It strengthens infrastructure. It advances housing and community stability. It supports energy reform. It reduces electricity costs in Grand Bahama, and it protects the gains we have made together. That is what it means to build on progress. Madam Speaker, before I move further, I want to pause to congratulate all of the recent graduates across the Bahamas, and especially the graduates of Grand Bahama and Pine Ridge. To every graduate, congratulations. You worked hard, your families sacrificed, your teachers poured into you, your communities are proud of you. And today, I want to give special mention to a young lady from Pine Ridge whose story has touched so many of us. Kaylin Mizik, who graduated from St. George's High School after recovering from a horrific accident. Kaylin, I am so very proud of you. Your strength, courage, and determination remind us that setbacks do not have the final word. God still has purpose. Your future is still bright. That is why we must keep building a country where young people can dream, recover, rise, and achieve. This budget is not only about numbers on a page, it is about people, families, futures, and making sure progress reaches ordinary Bahamians. Madam Speaker, this contribution will not be built on props, theatrics, or political performances. It will be built on the work. It will be built on the results. It will be built on our record. When you have real projects moving, real people working, and real communities improving, you do not need fluff. You need facts. You need focus. You need follow-through. Less talk, more action. And less talk, more action was not just a campaign theme for me in 2021. It has always been how I serve. And last week, when the House Chaplain, Bishop Valentino Williams, opened in prayer as we began debate on the budget, the key word was action. Less talk, more action. And this morning, he followed with another word, excellence, reminding us that excellence is not an act, it is a habit. Those words resonated deeply with me because that is how I believe public service must be approached, with
The chair recognizes the honourable member for Pine Ridge.
I believe in giving the people evidence that their representative and their minister is working every day to move communities, projects, and people forward. So, Deputy Speaker, this is not a speech of promises. This is a record of action. Deputy Speaker, nowhere is the rebound more visible than in Grand Bahama. For too long, Grand Bahama was spoken of in the language of decline, delay, and disappointment. But today, the numbers tell a different story. Grand Bahama welcomed more than 1 million visitors, representing a 91.2% increase. And Grand Bahama is the fastest growing destination in the Bahamas in air arrivals by 19.7%. That is a major rebound. That is confidence returning. That is cruise tourism expanding. That is businesses seeing movement again. That is vendors, taxi drivers, straw vendors, artisans, restaurants, entertainers, tour operators, and small businesses beginning to feel the difference. And we all know that Grand Bahama was hit by Hurricane Dorian, followed immediately by COVID-19. Businesses were disrupted, workers were displaced, families were under pressure, communities were still trying to recover, and confidence had to be rebuilt. So when we speak about the rebound of Grand Bahama, we must understand what Grand Bahama had to come through. That is why every job created matters. Every investor engaged matters. Every project matters. Every visitor welcome matters. And every opportunity opened matters. This is not theory for the people of Grand Bahama. This is real life. Madam Speaker, Deputy Speaker, When we came to office, Grand Bahama was still carrying the weight of Hurricane Dorian and COVID-19. Stalled projects, broken confidence, and communities that needed attention. The Ministry for Grand Bahama had to do heavy lifting. In East Grand Bahama, we were on the ground, working with agencies, partners, and communities to support recovery, restore government presence, respond to urgent needs, and bring attention back to communities that had felt forgotten. That included support for the reopening of McLeanstown Primary School and Sweetingski Primary School, because restoring education in those communities was an important part of restoring confidence, normalcy, and hope. That was not glamorous work, but it was necessary work, and we did it. In West Grand Bahama, long-awaited projects also moved. Holmes Rock Junior High School was open, giving families, students, teachers, and the wider community a facility that had been needed and anticipated for years. The new Obadiah H. Wilcombe Administration Complex was opened, strengthening access to public services and bringing government closer to the people. Pine Forest Park was completed. Social services temporary shelter was also completed and opened. A restaurant block was opened at Sunset Fish Fry, and the 8 Mile Rock Gymnasium was refurbished as a shelter, improving community resilience and emergency preparedness. These were not small matters. They were investments in education, public service, community pride, resilience, and the future of West Grand Bahama. Progress is not always one headline. Sometimes it is one school opened, one building restored, one family helped, one community remembered, one road moved forward, one young person given an opportunity. That is the work, and that work has been happening. Madam Deputy Speaker, one of the clearest examples of the work is Beautiful Grand Bahama. Beautiful Grand Bahama began as a temporary jobs program focused on community projects. But it has evolved into so much more. It has become a vehicle for dignity, restoration, service, and second chances. Today, Beautiful Grand Bahama is reflected as part of the official mandate of the Ministry for Grand Bahama. From East Grand Bahama to West Grand Bahama, the program supported community cleanups, improved public spaces, assisted schools, government properties, heritage areas, and vulnerable communities. Its workers helped restore the dilapidated government homes in Trip Circle, which became transition homes for displaced families. They also constructed Hurricane Dorian memorial sites to honor the lives lost in that devastating storm. And in communities deeply affected by hardship, Beautiful Grand Bahama gave people work, structure, purpose, and a way back. Many of the men and women who came through this program are already serving across government agencies, supporting public spaces, communities, facilities, and essential work throughout Grand Bahama. And that matters. Because when people show commitment, discipline, and a willingness to serve, we must continue looking for ways to create more structured and sustainable opportunities for them. As we move through this new term, one of my goals is to work with the relevant authorities to explore appropriate pathways for these workers, where possible and where they qualify, to transition into more regularized opportunities within the public service system. My sister at Golden Gates. I say that carefully because these matters require process. They require consultation, they require proper review. But I also say it with conviction. People who have helped restore Grand Bahama deserve to know that their service is seen, valued, and respected. Beautiful Grand Bahama was never only beautification. It was restoration of spaces, restoration of pride, restoration of dignity, restoration of opportunity. And, Deputy Speaker, when international organizations visited Grand Bahama, they recognized beautiful Grand Bahama as a model program for regional potential. That is something we should celebrate, because not every achievement is measured only by concrete and steel. Some achievements are measured in lives touched, workers empowered, communities restored, and people given another chance. Beautiful Grand Bahama gave people a hand up, it gave communities a fresh start, and it remains one of the most meaningful examples of action on the ground. Madam Deputy Speaker, through CoLab, we are not only working locally, we are partnering with international organizations that see the value of what we are building in Grand Bahama. They see the potential of CoLab hubs as a model that can be utilized throughout the region. They see a framework where government, communities, NGOs, private partners, corporate citizens, and international organizations can come together around real needs and practical solutions. That means the Ministry for Grand Bahama is not simply following old models. We are helping to create new ones. That is what beautiful Grand Bahama represents. That is what CoLab represents. That is what Innovate 242 represents. And that is what our corporate social responsibility agenda represents. The motto is simple: we are greater together. Because when government works with communities, when communities work with partners, and when partners work with purpose, progress becomes possible. And Deputy Speaker, I hear people when they speak about Grand Bahama. And sometimes I can say, you're correct. You are correct. Grand Bahama has waited too long for some things. You are correct. Some projects have taken longer than our people expected. And you are correct. There are still roads to fix, communities to restore, and services to strengthen. You are also correct that Grand Bahamians want to feel progress, not just hear about progress. And yes, much of the progress is also already visible. Downtown has come alive after more than 2 decades of nothingness. Dilapidated structures are being repurposed. People who needed to work are working again. Projects that were once only discussed are now advancing. But not every part of progress begins with a ribbon cutting. Sometimes the work begins with approvals. Sometimes it begins with land acquisition. Sometimes it begins with environmental review, technical work, financing, procurement, legal work, stakeholder meetings, and clearing long-standing obstacles that should have been addressed decades ago. That is the work the public may not always see, but it is the work that makes delivery possible. It is also the kind of work that helps support investment, confidence, and the more than $3.5 billion in investments connected to Grand Bahama's progress. So when people ridicule the process, I say, if they only knew what it takes to move a stalled project from talk to action, from file to field, from delay to delivery. And when preparation becomes construction, when construction becomes completion, and when completion becomes opportunity, the same progress they question becomes the progress everyone can see and feel. Madam Speaker, opportunity rewards preparation. So I say to Grand Bahamians, you cannot be distracted by grandstanding, props, and gimmicks. Refuse to prepare yourself and then be surprised when those who got ready are the first to benefit. That is why I continue to say to our people, get ready, get trained, get certified, register your business, improve your skills, position yourself. because progress creates opportunity, but preparation determines who can access it. Grand Bahama is indeed moving. Opportunities are coming. Opportunities are actually here. And I want our people to be ready. Madam Speaker, Deputy Speaker, I'd like to give the Honorable House a project update because Grand Bahama does not need empty talk. Grand Bahama needs facts. The fact is, Celebration Key, the $600 million Celebration Key is open, and we're moving on to phase 2. MSC Cruise Port development is moving. That's the $450 million MSC Cruise Port development. The $348 million Royal Caribbean Cruise Line development at Xanadu Beach is advancing. The Grand Bahama International Airport remains a priority for airlift, tourism, emergency access, and investment, and this is progressing. Grand Lucine remains important to the wider tourism redevelopment, hotel room inventory, and Freeport's economy, and this is moving. The Freeport Health Campus is under construction. Doctors Hospital is nearing completion. Another dry dock has arrived at the Grand Bahama Shipyard with more to come, strengthening our maritime position, skills, and industry activity. The Innovate 242 Business Incubator is under construction. Liverthorne has acquired South Riding Point and has reinvested. Progress can be seen in downtown Freeport. Island Impression, the Grand Bahama Cultural Experience at the Grand Bahama Arts and Crafts Center is moving toward launch. The Grand Bahama Icon sign is now a must-see stop, and work on the Fishing Hole Cultural Village will soon begin. Preliminary work is in progress for the reopening of the West Sunrise Highway. The International Bazaar and Royal Oasis acquisition is almost complete. Yes. The Afro-Caribbean Marketplace and Logistics Center is in the project preparation phase. UB North Phase 1 is complete, and Phase 2 is expected to be completed and fully functional for the fall 2026 semester. That's right. That's it.
So beautiful.
The Agritech cadets are halfway through their year-long program. The Young Innovators Club will begin in schools and youth organization engagement tour in September 2026. Some progress you can see. Some progress is the groundwork that makes construction possible. But whether visible or behind the scenes, Grand Bahama is moving. The work is not finished. The progress is real. And I will continue pushing until preparation becomes construction, construction becomes completion, and completion becomes opportunity for the people of Grand Bahama. Madam Speaker, Deputy Speaker, progress is also measured in the stability of families and the dignity of home. I thank the member for Carmichael for the collaboration between the Ministry of Housing and Land Reform and the Ministry for Grand Bahama as we continue advancing housing and community renewal on the island of Grand Bahama. Inherited subdivision land clearing will commence shortly for the construction of 18 homes at Wellington Pinder Estates. A 100-acre tract is under consideration by the Ministry of Housing for infrastructure and home development. Construction is also about to commence on 30 lots scattered throughout Grand Bahama, which are already in the ownership of the Ministry of Housing. In Garden Villas, demolition orders are now in hand for 2 of the large complexes, and plans have been approved for 2 new multifamily buildings to be added to the rent-to-own program. We also encountered significant title challenges in relation to other derelict properties in the Garden Villas area. But the Ministry for Grand Bahama, working with the Ministry of Housing and Land Reform, and the Office of the Attorney General has identified a path forward. I'm optimistic that action will follow shortly regarding the acquisition of these derelict properties. New homes will be built in Garden Villas as part of the rebirth program of the inner cities for Grand Bahama. And my ministry, working along with the Ministry of Housing, will be presenting keys to new homeowners of newly refurbished housing homes in South Bahamia. Housing is not only about buildings, it is about dignity, safety, family stability, community renewal, and helping people remain rooted in their communities with pride. Deputy Speaker, for years, Grand Bahamians cried out about high electricity bills. Families felt it, seniors felt it, small businesses felt it, investors felt it. The cost of electricity was not an abstract policy issue. It was a kitchen table issue, a business survival issue, a development issue, and this administration listened. This administration acted. And I was pleased as Minister for Grand Bahama to bring the communication to this honorable House on the resolutions that advance this important step for Grand Bahama's energy future. And with the government's acquisition of the outstanding shares of Grand Bahama Power Company and alignment with a national energy reform framework, Grand Bahamians are already beginning to see what action means. Across Grand Bahama, residents are sharing what lower bills mean for their households. This is not theory. This is relief people can feel. I thank the members of Cat Island, Rumkey, and San Salvador, and Elizabeth for the deliberate and historic work done to include Grand Bahama in the country's energy reform. I also congratulate my brother and colleague, Paco Deal, who will chair the new Grand Bahama Energy Company Board, along with the board directors, as we continue to aggressively push for energy reform. The objective is clear: lower cost, better reliability, stronger accountability, and an energy framework that supports families, small businesses, investors, and the future growth of Grand Bahama. Deputy Speaker, on the GBPA, let me also be clear. Some say we should work with the Grand Bahama Port Authority instead of fighting. But the truth is, we are already engaged. I've already held my first meeting with the Grand Bahama Port Authority in this new term to continue aggressively moving our projects forward for Grand Bahama. That is what collaboration looks like. That is what coordination looks like. That is what action looks like. But working together does not mean ignoring obligations. Collaboration does not mean silence. Partnership does not mean the people of Grand Bahama should settle for less than they deserve. Where collaboration is possible, we will collaborate. Where accountability is required, we will insist. Where projects must move, we will push. We are not fighting for the sake of fighting. We are working, coordinating, and pressing for progress because Grand Bahama deserves results. And Deputy Speaker, I say to every partner in Grand Bahama's development, the people are ready. The opportunities are real. The time for delay is over. Grand Bahama must move, and all of us with responsibility must do our part. Deputy Speaker, because questions have been raised, let me be clear about the Young Innovators Club. The Young Innovators Club is a structured youth innovation initiative under Innovate 242, advanced in partnership with the Ministry of Education, Science, and Technology. It will be piloted in Grand Bahama. Beginning in September 2026, the Ministry for Grand Bahama will launch a school and youth organization engagement tour across Grand Bahama to begin program activities and recruit participants island-wide. The program will target young people between the ages of 15 and 25, cultivating a new generation of innovators, entrepreneurs, creators, environmental stewards, and leaders. Along with the Ministry for Grand Bahama and the Ministry of Education, Science, and Technology, this program will be delivered with support from ministries and partners connected to youth, sports, culture, tourism, innovation, environment, labor, economic affairs, agriculture, and marine resources. Participants will engage in structured 8-week programs built around 5 pillars: technology and digital innovation, environmental sustainability, entrepreneurship and business development, arts, culture, heritage, and boat-building development. The boat-building pillar is especially important as we preserve traditional craftsmanship and encourage youth participation in sailing, now recognized as the national sport of the Bahamas, with Grand Bahama positioned to be the home of the National Youth Regatta. The Young Innovators Club will also hold meetups at the Innovate 242 Incubator at Royal Palm, where young people from different schools, clubs, and backgrounds and interests can come together to solve problems and build solutions. The program will culminate in an annual Youth Innovation Challenge, where participants will present solutions to community challenges and compete for support to bring their ideas to life. Through Innovate 242, the Young Innovators Club, we are not just preparing young people for the future. We are giving them the tools to help build them. And Grand Bahama is not waiting on the future. Grand Bahama is preparing for it. Madam Speaker, in culture, heritage, sports, community development, and the creative economy, we are advancing Island Impression, the Fishing Hole Cultural Village, the Grand Bahama Museum, the Grand Bahama Aquatic Center, the Garden Village Restoration Project, the Pine Ridge Resilience Hub, and the Drake Avenue Project. Island Impression, the Grand Bahama Cultural Experience at the Grand Bahama Arts and Crafts Center, is moving toward launch, as I mentioned earlier. This initiative is being advanced by the Ministry for Grand Bahama in partnership with BAIC and the Department of Culture. It will create an authentic Bahamian cultural experience while opening new opportunities for artisans, performers, entrepreneurs, vendors, and small businesses. The site will feature cultural demonstrations, live entertainment, artisan vendors, Bahamian cuisine, workshops, and interactive experiences celebrating Grand Bahama's heritage and creativity. Plans include a Junkanoo Museum, an art gallery, and a retail marketplace. This project is expected to support approximately 60 small and medium-sized enterprises, artisans, performers, and vendors. With a proposed opening in July 2026, Island Impression will diversify Grand Bahama's tourism product, increase visitor engagement, encourage local spending, and strengthen the creative economy. This is culture becoming commerce. This is creativity becoming opportunity. The Ministry for Grand Bahama is also advancing the Fishing Hole Cultural Village at the site of the Grand Bahama Icon Sign. The first phase will focus on food truck operators and culinary entrepreneurs, factoring in resiliency and creating a vibrant destination where residents and visitors can enjoy authentic Bahamian cuisine and hospitality. The Cultural Village will also feature entertainment spaces for festivals, concerts, cultural performances, and community events. Together with Island Impression, this project forms part of a broader strategy to encourage visitors to explore beyond the cruise ports, engage with local businesses, and experience authentic Bahamian culture. The Grand Bahama Museum will help preserve and present the story of Grand Bahama. The Grand Mema Aquatic Center will support sports, youth development, health, training, and community life. And the Garden Village Restoration Project, including Pine Ridge Resilience Hub and the Drake Avenue Project, in collaboration with Resilient Cities Catalyst and the University of Miami, will help turn these derelict, underutilized inner-city communities into places of service, safety, pride, and opportunity. Deputy Speaker, it is easy for some to ignore the work that has already been done, and a lot of work has been done. But the message resonated. In spite of falling short on an island historically called F&M country by only 14 votes, that's correct, only 14 votes. The message was clear. Grand Bahamians are seeing who shows up, who works, who delivers, who fights for their future. The people are watching results, action, consistency, and who stands with them before election, after election, and every day in between. A lot has been done, but there is a lot more to do. And we are not slowing down. Grand Bahama has spoken. Grand Bahama is shifting. Grand Bahama has seen the work. And Grand Bahama is watching what happens next. We intend to keep showing up. We intend to keep delivering. We intend to keep building on progress. And Deputy Speaker, I have to mention Pine Ridge. Pine Ridge is not just the constituency I represent. Pine Ridge is family. Pine Ridge is home. Pine Ridge is the place where people have trusted me, challenged me, prayed for me, corrected me, supported me, and walked with me. And Pine Ridge has seen the work. Roads have been paved. Communities have been cleaned. Vulnerable residents have been supported. Youth, seniors, families, and small businesses have been served. Constituency service has been consistent. Ginger on Wheels has expanded our ability to reach people where they are. Our office is open, accessible, and working. And major projects such as the Pine Ridge Resilience Hub, the Aquatic Center, Innovate 242, community parks, public spaces, housing renewal, and continued community renewal are all connected to a larger vision for a stronger, safer, cleaner, and more empowered Pine Ridge. Pine Ridge did not make history by accident. Pine Ridge made history because the people saw action. They saw presence, follow-up, care, advocacy, collaboration, and a representative who did not disappear. I want Pine Ridge to know I will continue to be Ginger for the people. Yes. I will continue to be a woman of action. Yes. I will continue to collab to get the job done. Yes. I will continue to show up all day, every day. And I will continue to fight for the people who have trusted me to serve. I do not stand here to say that everything is finished. It is not. Some roads still need repair. Some public spaces still need improvement. Some young people still need opportunity. Some families still need relief. Some long-standing issues still require persistence, partnership, and follow-through. But progress is real. The foundation has been laid. The momentum is building. And we are not stopping. Pine Ridge, you made history, and I will honor that history by continuing to work, serve, and deliver. Deputy Speaker, again, I thank Almighty God who continues to guide and strengthen me in this work. I thank my family, especially my children, Gabrielle, Creighton, and Jada, and my Aunt Karen, for their love, patience, support, and understanding. They have shared me with Pine Ridge. They have shared me with Grand Bahama. They have shared me with our country, and I am grateful. I thank our Prime Minister and my cabinet and parliamentary colleagues for their partnership in moving the national agenda forward. I thank the permanent secretary and the entire team at the Ministry for Grand Bahama for their service, commitment, and follow-through. The work has not been easy. There have been long hours, urgent matters, stakeholder meetings, community needs, and projects requiring constant coordination. But you have stepped up, and I thank you. I thank my campaign manager and coordinators, Ricky, EJ, Lundy, Kenyatta, Miss D, Miss Jenny, Miss Cartwright, Unica, Welch, Glacy, and Sierra, Team Pine Ridge, Team Ginger, the Ginger Knights, and the Ginger Ninjas, as they call themselves. That's what they call themselves. You walked, you called, you organized, you encouraged, you prayed, you showed up early, you stayed up late, you stood in the gap, you carried the message of progress. And this victory was not mine alone. It belongs to the people. It belongs to the team. It belongs to everyone who believes that progress must continue. Deputy Speaker, as I close, let me say this. The people of Pine Ridge did not send me back here to slow down. Grand Bahama's already made it clear that progress must continue. And the Bahamian people have already decided that this country must keep moving forward. We have recovered, we have rebuilt, and now we are revolutionizing. We will keep working, we will keep showing up, we will keep building, we will keep collaborating, we will keep delivering. But this is serious business. This is the people's business. This is Grand Bahama's business. This is Pine Ridge business. This is national development. And we are here to get the job done. 4.5 years ago, many wondered whether Grand Bahama would rise again. Today, Grand Bahama has risen. 4.5 years ago, many wondered whether stalled projects would ever move. Today, projects are moving. And 4.5 years ago, many wondered whether Pine Ridge would believe again. Today, Pine Ridge made history. In 2021, we came with our blueprint for change. Today, we stand on our blueprint for progress. And with God's help, with the support of the people, and with the same commitment to action, less talk, more action, progress will continue. For Pine Ridge, for Grand Bahama, for the Bahamas. Deputy Speaker, I proudly and wholeheartedly support Budget 2026-27, a budget that builds on progress. Progress continues. Pine Ridge rests.
Thank you, Honourable Member. As the Chair recognizes the Honourable Member for Central Grand Bahama.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy. Through you to the member for Pine Ridge, as it relates to the Youth Club initiative, can you be specific on the $60,000 that was allocated to it? Let me just continue. Also, as she spoke about Celebration Key and the project that happens there and the employment it created. However, we can have 5 taxi drivers up there with 9,000 people coming off a ship, and hardly anybody is moving to make funds. And so the straw vendors and the taxi cab drivers are not getting the benefits that we boast about here inside the...
Okay.
Can I just finish,
No,
please? Go ahead.
you're asking a question, so before you, members, before you continue, let me ask the member for Pine Ridge, is she going to answer the question? If not, you're going to put it, we'll have question and answer time. That'll be coming up pretty soon. Member for Pine Ridge, are you going to answer the question? Next slide. Can you repeat the question, member, for Central Grand Bahama?
$60,000 being allocated.
Allocated for the Youth Innovative Club.
Members, the quorum, please. The chair recognizes the honourable member for Central Grand Bahama.
I believe that the Youth Innovators Club would have received $60,000 towards it early part of this year. Well, that's a public document, so I can provide you with it. The other thing I would like to share, just two other things.
Yeah, but I'm
Ministry
just,
of-
let Pine Red answer. Are you going
She
to
said she
answer the
don't know.
question?
She said she don't know.
Because we have to move on if you're not going to.
Okay.
Not at this time, but still. The point is, I don't know what she's talking about.
Okay.
I don't even know if she knows what she's talking about.
Yeah, I understand. No, hold on. Oh, no, member, hold on. I just wanted to be clear from you. Are you going to answer the question? Because if you're not going to, we have to move on.
She can put it on the record because I have no idea what she's talking about.
Okay, thank you. Honorable member for Central Grand Bahama, we're going to save that. You're going to put it on the record for question time. I think it's on the third Wednesday. The second Wednesday. My apologies. The chair recognizes the honorable member for East Grand Bahama.
Just as a point of order, Mr. Deputy, the document that the member for Central Grand Bahama is speaking about is in the Ministry of Finance procurement, where the Ministry of Grand Bahama gave a $60,000 contract, and it spoke to the youth innovators as a reason for it. So if you could specify, as the member for Central Grand Bahama asked, if you could specify what the $60,000 was for and what it went to. And while you're doing that, if you are going to answer any questions, can you also specify what is the status of the Grand Lucayan project, and when will the payments be made for the workers who were terminated during the Grand Lucayan?
Okay. As many, the chair for Pine Ridge has already said that she's not going to answer the question. So as many, we'll move right on. The chair recognizes the honorable member for Bain and Grandstown.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy. Thank you for acknowledging me. Good evening, colleagues, and good evening, fellow Bahamians. Good evening to the wonderful and most dynamic people of Baines and Grandstown, some of whom are in the gallery today, while others are glued to their TVs and televisions watching their Member of Parliament. Those of you from Baines and Grandstown, could you please stand for me so that you can be recognized? Thank you very much. We didn't have sufficient space to accommodate the other persons downstairs, but I thank you. But I thank you so much for coming. It is both an honor and a privilege to address this Parliament today, supporting the 2026-2027 national budget. It is good to be back in this place, and I thank the Almighty for saying my heart for the people of Baines and Grandstown and allowing them to reward me for the hard work, commitment, and unwavering dedication to the constituency and the people by ensuring my re-election. Mr. Deputy, I wish to begin my contribution to this budget debate by congratulating the Speaker of the House of Assembly for her re-election to this chamber, and then to her election to the speakership of this House. I have confidence that the Speaker will demonstrate adherence to the rules governing this House and this chambers, and the impartial adjudicating of differences as necessary among the members. Mr. Deputy, she won in Bamboo Town for a second time, which is an example of her divine favor that she has received. The people of Bamboo Town have recognized
her commitment and love for them and saw it fit to have her return as their Member of Parliament. I further congratulate her on becoming a two-term consecutive Speaker of the House of Assembly. So I look forward to seeing her picture mounted on the walls in this House for the last term, 2021-2026, and further for 2026-2031. I congratulate her and her family for achieving such a milestone. Mr. Deputy, I thank the Governor General for Her Excellency Cynthia Mother Pratt for a speech from the throne. This speech was one of the most profound in recent times, and the people of Baines and Grantstown felt the passion, heard the benefits, and foresee the progress. I want to thank the Honorable Philip Davis, leader of the Progressive Liberal Party and Prime Minister of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. I want to thank the National General Council members of the Progressive Liberal Party for entrusting me with the PLP's banner for the Baines and Grantstown constituency. Furthermore, Mr. Deputy, I thank him for appointing me as the Minister of State in the new Ministry of Innovation and National Development, a new ministry which I believe the Bahamian landscape will change the Bahamian landscape and cause a paradigm shift in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, not only innovatively or technically, but socially and economically. I publicly pledge to work with Minister Bastian, the new member for Fort Charlotte, and this administration to ensure that the vision and mandate of this ministry comes to fruition as a country as we go forward, upward, onward, and together. Mr. Deputy, while I am thanking the Prime Minister, I want to thank his wife, our Prime Minister, First Lady Anne-Marie Davis, for her unwavering support and her encouragement over the last 4.5 years. She encouraged me to keep pushing, and for that I am eternally grateful to her. I also want to thank former Prime Minister Perry Christie for going to bat for me and ensuring that I received the necessary support to guarantee that Baines and Grantstown was in the winning column at the end of the day, and I say thank you, sir. Mr. Deputy, my thank yous are long, and that is because I understand and appreciate that being here today is not on my own accord, and that we all need help at some point or the other. I thank my friends, family. I thank my children, my siblings, and especially I thank my mother for her fervent prayers on a daily basis that helped me to run this race. Thank you to my campaign team, Coordinator Roy Colebrook, Campaign Manager Janie Scavallo, other executives, captains, Baines and Grantstown seniors and stalwarts. I thank all of my campaign workers, of whom I am so proud. You're a good man, you're going far. Mr. Deputy, the future of the Progressive Liberal Party in Baines and Grantstown is very bright because of the many new young adults who stepped up to the plate during the last general election campaign, faced the brunt of the music, and kept pushing. And I say to you, thank you very, very much. The pastors in the various churches in Baines and Grantstown also played a pivotal role in our success. And though I won't call every name, I thank them for speaking truth to power and encouraging their followers and members to appreciate the service and the work of their Member of Parliament for Baines and Grantstown. I thank BJ, Jody Feast, Della. I thank P, Mark, Sticky, Keith, Kelly, Dion, Shandon, Donnie, Limburg, Brown, Caprio, Big Dog, Boswick, Cado, Jervin. I thank all of the Chris's, Jewett, Kevin, Lala, and so many people who you don't see on a daily basis who supported Wade Watson and the Progressive cause. If I didn't mention your name, I apologize, but I say thank you from the bottom of my heart for your support. Mr. Deputy, on a consistent basis, I remind my constituents that they are the boss and that they voted for me and not the other way around. I thank them immensely for their support. I thank them for showing up at the polls. I thank them for their confidence. And I thank them for voting for Wade Watson and the Progressive agenda. For that, Mr. Deputy, I say a special, special thank you to the people of Bain and Grantstown for electing me again. Let me say that again. I say a special, special thank you to the people of Bain and Grantstown for electing me again. I don't take their support lightly, and I am humbled and grateful for the opportunity to have been re-elected as a Member of Parliament. Thank you, Bain and Grantstown. Thank you for your demonstration of love and commitment. Mr. Deputy, do you know that only 0.001% of Bahamians have the honor of being called a Member of Parliament in the Bahamian Parliament? Only 0.001% of Bahamians are being called a Member of Parliament in this country. Mr. Deputy, the numbers I won by in 2026 was not as much as the numbers I won by in 2021. But behind every dark cloud, there is a silver lining. But I assure you, I won by enough votes, which is greater than both my components combined. Furthermore, I am proud of our victory because for the second straight term, we won every polling division convincingly. Dwight, we got the whole hog, and I am proud. Therefore, there were those who doubted, Mr. Deputy. There were those who stood on the sidelines and questioned the love, the bond, and the deep-rooted support that the people of the Twin constituency had for me. But the answer was given at the polls, not just a whisper. It was a thunderous shout that echoed through every street, every corner, and every alley from East Street to Nassau Street, from Wolf Road to Bay Street. They screamed, "Choose progress." They gave me their unwavering support despite the many tricks, distractions, and political games played by those on the opposite side. Mr. Deputy, I would be the most ungrateful man on the face of the earth if I did not come to this place every single day and give them the full, unadulterated, and passionate representation that they so richly deserve. We are being busy in the constituency, and we do so with intention and with haste. Being in Grand Sound is not just another constituency on a map. It is the absolute bedrock of our Bahamian history. The very soul of our nation's identity was forged in these communities of over the hill. If you look at the landscape of modern Bahamian, the giants of industry, the titans of the judiciary, the mastery of our cultural expressions, and the political pioneers who fought for majority rule, so many of those who left an indelible mark and a permanent fixture on this Commonwealth of Bahamas directly came from the soil of Bain and Grandstown. The pride of the people of Bain and Grandstown holds us together. This pride is a living and a breathing thing. It is a pride that forces me, that drives me, and that inspires me to do whatever is necessary for the next generation of Baintanians and Grandstonians. We don't just talk about our community, we build it through action. This is why we rolled up our sleeves and institutionalized more than 30 programs annually in Bain and Grandstand that directly address the social, economic, and cultural upliftment of our people. Let the record of this Parliament reflect what progress looks like on the ground in Bain and Grandstown. The Summer Games, bringing our youth together every summer and hosting our Summer Games for healthy, spirited competition, discipline, development, and camaraderie. The new Little Miss Bains and Grandstand pageant, an initiative designed to instill confidence, grace, and self-esteem in our young girls, reminding them that they are royalty. The Bain and Grandstand Breakfast in the Park program. This program was commenced in 2020. Every month since then, we fed hundreds of constituents hot, scrumptious meals at no cost. The Bain and Grandstand Grocery and Pantry program, ensuring that the most vulnerable amongst us do not go to bed hungry, standing in the gap during challenging times. The Bain and Grandstand Senior Citizens Program, honoring our structural elders, the matriarchs and patriarchs who paved the way for us by providing them with the care, assistance, and resources they need when they need it. The Bernard J. Nottage Annual Expungement Program, named in honor of our late, great brother who gave his life for public service. This program gives young men and young women deserving Bahamians a second chance at life by wiping away minor infractions on their record so that they can secure employment and rebuild their futures. The Bain and Grandstown Job Fair, connecting our residents directly with employers, because the best social program in the world is a good, sustainable job. The Bain and Grandstand biannual Bain and Grandstand Homecoming and Music Festival celebrates our heritage, boosts local vendors, and keep our rich culture and traditions alive. The Bain and Grandstand Church Program, monthly church program, grounding our work in spiritual foundation that has kept this community together through every storm and every bad weather. The Bain and Grandstand Cleanup Campaign, restoring dignity to our physical environment, because every surrounding should reflect the pride in our hearts. Mr. Deputy, the Bain and Grandstand Small business assistance program, providing micro grants and structural support to our local entrepreneurs, the barbers, the landscapers, the seamstresses, the straw vendors, the fruit vendors, the on-the-corner shop owners who drive our local economy within our community. We must continue, and we will continue, Mr. Deputy, to do what is necessary in order to support the constituents of Baines and Grandstown. The Baines and Grandstown Small Homes, Baines and Grandstown Water and Homes Installation Program, a matter of basic dignity, ensuring that households in the 21st century have access to potable water in their homes. Some may take it for granted, but many of our constituents do not have portable running water. The Baines and Grandstown Funeral Assistance Program, standing with families in their darkest hours of grief, easing the financial burden of laying their loved ones to rest. We do it, Mr. Deputy. Not only do we provide support, we attend funerals to make sure that they understand that their member of parliament is there for them when they need them the most. The Baines and Grandstown Small Home Repairs Assistance Program. We facilitate repairs of homes in Baines and Grandstown, especially for the seniors and single mothers. That's important because many of the homes in our area require constant repair. We're not stopping there. Our plans for Baines and Grandstown continues and is dubbed the Future Plans Goal in 5. And again, it means that these are the plans that we have, and in 5 years, we intend to accomplish those. Soon, we will see the commencement of the Baines and Grandstown Community and Wellness Center, a modern hub for children to conduct their homework, computer training, technical training, and community organizing events. These are not pie-in-the-sky promises. These are tangible, real-world initiatives. We intend to stay busy because the people of Baines and Grandstown deserves the absolute best. And I, Wade Alexander Watson, will stop at nothing until they get it. Mr. Deputy, we will work more this term on improving the infrastructure of Baines and Grandstown. More road paving is needed, and I will be agitating and asking my colleague for his continued assistance. We hope to increase the Baines and Grandstown Water and Homes Installation Program so that more homes in Baines and Grandstown could receive potable water. With the assistance of the government, the Ministry of Works, the Water and Sewers Corporation, we want our infrastructure improved. And again, I thank my colleagues for their continued support as we seek to provide assistance that our constituents so rightfully deserve. We need speed bumps in critical traffic hazardous areas of the constituency. And again, we will agitate and ask for it. The elimination of perennial flooding in the area. I look to have existing drains cleared and cleaned, and new drainage wells installed. I applaud the Minister of Housing and Land Reform, the Honorable Keith Bell, for the work that he has done so far for recognizing that within inner cities, abandoned and vacant properties can be repurposed for the construction of more affordable homes for our people. Our people in Baintown, we like Baintown, we ain't want to move. We have plenty room available, plenty land available, and we want to build right on those lands so that we can stay close to our families and friends. So I look forward to the continued construction of these homes in Baines and Grandstown for the people of Baines and Grandstown. Now, we like everybody. but we want the homes constructed in Bain and Grandstown for the people of Bain and Grandstown. Mr. Bell? While we speak about construction of new homes, it's important that we not forget the need for the renovation and repairs of small homes. And I look forward to continuing to repair as many homes as possible. And I look forward to working with the member for Marathon and the Ministry of Urban Renewal so that we can execute this objective. Mr. Deputy, in this term in office, I will seek to implement a more structured approach to our previously initiated cleanup campaign so that I can see and the people can see and feel the aesthetic improvements within the Bains and Grandstown constituency. We would work more closely with the member for Yamacraw, the Honorable Zane Lightbourne, to assist with the removal of derelict vehicles within the constituency. I am also urging the member to assist the constituents with the removal and elimination of these roadside garages within the constituency. These garages are not only an environmental hazard and an eyesore in the community, but they are a nesting ground for criminal and illicit activities, and that must discontinue. Mr. Deputy, another goal in this term in office is to cause the parks within Bains and Grandstown to be maintained and upgraded. I was happy to listen to the contribution of the member for Nassau Village, the Honorable Jamal Strawn, speak about the plans for the parks nationwide. I remind him that we in Bain and Grandstown need his support. And we look forward to be the first on the list, I guess after. I'm just throwing it out there. I would like to be the first on the list when he commences his nationwide initiative. I appreciate that. In addition to improving the existing parks, I will also be asking for the creation of new parks and green spaces within the community of Bain and Grandstown. These parks and green spaces are essential for the overall health and well-being of our people, not only of our youth, but also our seniors and tweeners. Simply put, we need more parks, and we need more green spaces in Bain and Grandstown. Mr. Deputy, the Grandstown Post Office still exists on VC Street and Blue Hill Road. The late Bradley Roberts acquired approval to change the name of this post office to Jack Edward Johnson. And I will work with the member for South Andres, the Honorable Leon Lundy, to modernize and rename the Grandstown Post Office because the people are asking me for it. And I am certain a progressive government will answer. Ain't too hard. Mr. Deputy, I thank the Davis-led administration for the reduction in the unemployment rate. We in the Bain and Grandstown constituency feel the benefit. More persons are still unemployed and are tired of being home, not gainfully employed. Therefore, our Bain and Grandstown job fair will continue in this term. I'll work with you. The last term, we facilitated the hiring of more than 350 persons in the public and private sectors. But there's much more work to be done in this regard. We will continue to work while it is day, because the night comes when no man can work. End of quote. Our biannual Baines and Grandstand Homecoming Music Festival will continue this year, and we will host the event on October 10th through the 12th in the Bain and Grandstand constituency. This program is designed to uplift, inspire, and demonstrate to the Bahamas the historically rich cultural heritage of Bain and Grandstand, while affording constituents the opportunity to commercialize their skills and talents. Mr. Deputy, as I pivot, I want to look a little bit more at the budget on a more wider scale. Our vision does not stop at the Bain and Grandstand constituency. The Choose Progress administration has executed a national agenda that puts people squarely above the political rhetoric. Like our government, we in Bain and Grandstand have inherited a crisis. We turned it around. Now we build on progress. When you give us a bag of lemons in Bain and Grandstand, we simply make community lemonade. Mr. Deputy, I support this 2026 national budget. This budget is a responsible, forward-looking plan that strikes the right balance between fiscal stewardship and strategic investment in our people and infrastructure. Let me just recap for a minute. Let me remind the side opposite, and let me once again reiterate respectfully to our Bahamian public that what they have heard profoundly from our Minister of Finance and repeated by our parliamentary colleagues across the Bahamas is true and correct. In 2021, we inherited an economy in crisis. We were downgraded. We were debt-laden. We were reeling from Dorian and the COVID pandemic. But within less than 5 years, our economy grew for 5 consecutive fiscal years above 2%. The credit rating agencies upgraded the Bahamas not once, but twice consecutively. Unemployment is down, the lowest in more than 15 years. Our tourism numbers are record high. And on May 12th, the Bahamian people renewed our mandate to keep going and to keep growing. No resets, no stop, no review, and no cancel. Mr. Deputy, this budget keeps that promise. This budget is projected to deliver a fiscal surplus, remove VAT from groceries, expand healthcare on every island, reduce electricity costs in Grand Bahama by an estimated 37%, invest in our young people, and protect the gains we have made thus far. This is what it means to build on progress. This is what a budget does that fits the growth and development of Bain and Grandstand. This is not a budget built on clouded promises or utopian dreams. This is a budget that puts food on the table, brings affordable electricity and running water to more homes in Bain and Grandstand, and opportunities, economic opportunities for our people. Bain and Grandstand, your PLP government inherited a crisis, and we will turn it around as we continue to build on progress. Mr. Deputy, allow me to highlight the budget's key priorities. This budget highlighted 5 measurable key performance indicators that speaks volumes to our government's performance. Number 1, we promised progress, and we are delivering it. Number 2, a balanced budget with a surplus. Number 3, relief Bahamian families can feel. Number 4, the world is taking notice. And number 5, progress for every island, rock, and key, and every community. And that includes Bain and Grandstown. Mr. Deputy, let me speak directly to the people of Bain and Grandstown a little bit further as it relates to economic growth and job creation. This budget measures to stimulate growth, targeted capital investments, incentives for private sector expansion, and support for small and medium-sized entrepreneurs and businesses. Will help to accelerate employment opportunities across the country, including and within urban constituencies such as Bain and Grandstown. Housing and community renewal, allocations for affordable housing, community rehabilitation, and public works will directly address the long-standing needs in defense in our historic community. Plan upgrade for drainage, roads, and public spaces are particularly welcome for inner city neighborhoods prone to flooding and infrastructure deterioration. Education and youth, Mr. Deputy, is so important, and we see that this budget provides increased funding for schools, scholarships, vocational training, so that we can equip our young people with the skills needed in a changing labor market. Investments in after-school programs and youth service is a wide investment in crime and prevention and social mobility that is important and should be undertaken. The implementation of a mandatory aid for preschoolers, not only in Nassau or New Providence, but nationally. Mr. Deputy, it's important. Health and social service are very important. And we see that strengthening primary health care, expanding community clinics, and enhancing mental health services will improve access to care for vulnerable populations within our country. The emphasis on preventative care and community outreach is both humane and cost-effective. Mr. Deputy, from a fiscal responsibility standpoint, the budget supports a prudent approach to debt and expenditure while allowing room for capital investments. This balanced stance helps preserve investors' confidence and protect future generations. Mr. Deputy, for these reasons, I give my full support to this 2026 budget. I ask the government to distribute and fast-track the projects I have outlined for Bain and Grandstown so that the residents can see immediate and tangible improvements. I'm working towards 2031, Mr. Deputy. And I'm certain that my colleagues are working along with me. These targeted interventions will create jobs, reduce vulnerabilities, nurture our youth, and preserve our cultural heritage. The budget targets investments will spur economic activities, create jobs, strengthen social services, and accelerate national development. For Bain and Grandstown, the proposed projects will mean safer streets for us, better housing, improve health access, and increase economic activities and opportunities. Together, these initiatives can contribute to the broader growth and resilience of the Bahamas. Mr. Deputy, I'm just about finished. Our economy has expanded over 5 consecutive fiscal years, exceeding the 2% benchmark that we set. The gross domestic product is also expected to further expand by some 3.8%. Regionally, compared to our neighbors, our economic growth is exceeded only by Guyana. And we know why Guyana is prospering significantly. The government's fiscal position for fiscal year 2025-2026 revealed total revenue amounted to an estimated $2.5 billion, equivalent to 65.3% of the full year budget targeted over the last period. Mr. Deputy, as per the Bahamas National Statistics Institute, the unemployment rate continues to decline from 10.8% in March 2025 to 9.3% by June 2025, as alluded to prior. The International Monetary Fund estimates an overall improvement of our fiscal position, and these developments reflect ongoing economic recovery and continued expansion throughout the domestic economy, which invariably will filter into our communities. Mr. Deputy, please allow me to pivot and speak briefly on matters related to the portfolio in which I was appointed as Minister of State in the Ministry of Innovation and National Development. It's called the Mind Ministry, Mr. Deputy. The Mind Ministry, Ministry of Innovation and National Development. The member for Fort Charlotte, Minister Bastian, spoke extensively on the goals, objectives, and visions and mandate for which this ministry is charged. The way forward is bright. I look forward to sit at the seat or in the front seat of change in a new and innovative Bahamas. I thank the member for Fort Charlotte, Minister Bastian. I congratulate him on his appointment, and I look forward to working with him as a young techno-politician, as he reminds me a lot of myself with a lot more money. Let me say that again. He reminds me of myself when I was young, with a lot more money. Mr. Deputy, just my early experience. He works late and he commences early. There's no such thing as weekends, because on Saturdays and Sundays, we work. He waits on no one to accomplish his goals and objectives, and he allows no one to obstruct progress. Change is inevitable, Mr. Deputy, and with Minister Sabas, you either change with the times or be left behind. I tried to walk with him one time. He was going to a meeting. And boy, he could walk fast. Mr. Deputy, as a Minister of State for Innovation and National Development, I stand before you not only to advocate for my constituency, but to support the transformative vision we have for our nation's future, and to ensure that Bain and Grandstand is fully included. The budget is not merely a financial statement. It is a commitment to innovation, sustainability, and the prosperity of all Bahamians, and investments and technology and innovation are vital to this success. Two buzzwords that many Bahamians are confronted with are artificial intelligence And I can recall as far back as 1999 as a young technologist, at the dawn of the millennium, the world was uncertain and stood with bated breath, as many thought that when the clock struck 12 midnight on the 31st of December 1999, the world would shut down, planes would fall from the sky, and the world's systems would shut down completely. Artificial intelligence is not as treacherous, but Mr. Deputy, the world continues. Humanity moved on because we are prepared. As technology advances, as we as a people are prepared for technological advancement, we will build our competitive advantage not only regionally, but globally. So buckle up, Bahamas. Buckle up, being in Grantstown. The Bahamas is moving forward with innovative progress. The last term in office, while under the Ministry of Economic Affairs, we were able to make some advancements in government's technological ecosystem. The first was the advancement, the revamping, rebranding, and revitalizing of the Bahamas government's official website, which has not been upgraded since 2011. This website was brought up to standard and has been given regional accolades for its implementation. The Oracle fusion within the Ministry of Finance has commenced, and within weeks, the full suite of solutions, including human resources management, payroll, and financial management, under one software will soon be launched. A primary objective of the government in the last term is to reduce expenditure for digital infrastructure, Wi-Fi, lease and data lines, inclusive of data storage and data redundancy. We are making strides to complete a national data center owned by the government to increase our digital footprint and beef up the government's mandate for data and technological sovereignty. Coming out of COVID, the Prime Minister mandated that at least one park in every constituency be outfitted with free Wi-Fi. I am pleased to report that this mandate has been accomplished and the program has since advanced to phase 3, where additional parks within the respective constituencies will be outfitted with free Wi-Fi. Within the respective constituencies will be outfitted with free Wi-Fi. Under the auspices of the Blueprint for Change, the Ministry of Economic Affairs was mandated to create an app, the Bahamas News and Emergencies app, or BNEA. Thanks to the vendor code ages, the app was completed and successfully launched, allowing ministries, departments, and agencies to use the tool for full dissemination and publishing of national news and emergencies instantly to Bahamians registered using their Android or Apple devices. Mr. Deputy, Minister Bastian spoke about the challenges of government and its ability to effectively process requests or make informed decisions using technology. I'm to report today, Mr. Deputy, that 95% of the systems in government at the back end rely heavily on paper-based systems. I wish to report that that consideration be granted for the establishment and the implementation of a national digitization office was considered. A strategy was formulated and will be reviewed to determine the way forward under the Ministry of Innovation and National Development. I echo the sentiments of the member for Fort Charlotte technology and innovation is the key for the advancement of the Bahamas. The government is laden with many systems, multiple providers, significant recurrent expenditures, and I am gung-ho on making the technological environment seamless, reducing silos among ministries, departments, and agencies, and improving efficiency along with Minister Bastian. I thank the Prime Minister, the member for Cat Island, the Honorable Philip Davis, for authorizing the establishment of this ministry, and I look forward for the continued growth and development and the results emanating from this ministry. It is my conviction that the national development can only go as far as the infusion of innovation and technology. With that being said, as we build up this country's digital presence, we must ensure that our cybersecurity pathway and data protection laws remain ahead of the proverbial curve. I thank the hardworking staff of the DICT. As the minister said, no jobs will be lost, but we all must upskill ourselves to be useful stakeholders in this dynamic, innovative Bahamas. In conclusion, what disturbs me most, Mr. Deputy, is that despite the decisive results of the last general election, in which the Bahamian people looked at the options and shouted, "Choose progress," the opposition still have not received the message. I know. The Bahamian people are tired of the childishness and the playground antics and the political theatrics that we displayed during the election campaign. The antics that resulted in the electoral blowout they experienced, and a blow that is still manifesting in their political machinery. Mr. Deputy, we, all of us in this room, must remember that our impressionable children are watching. They are not amused by the shouting and the politics being uttered in this house or performed on the floor. The Bahamian people are tired of the theatrics. They are completely unimpressed by the sarcastic remarks, the nasty innuendos, and the personal attacks. In the early part of this session, this historic House of Assembly, a place where giants once stood, has occasionally been reduced to the level of a rowdy marketplace. Some members seem absolutely adamant about turning the Parliament into a fish market. We must conduct ourselves as women and men worthy of the sacred trust that the people gave us when they sent us here to this house. Mr. Deputy, we can debate fiercely. We can disagree on policy. We can argue on points passionately, but we can do without getting so deep into the gutter. We are better than this, and the world is watching. It is profoundly embarrassing to watch members make a mockery of themselves on live television. Some of them in here right now. On live television, and then turn around and give each other high fives after saying something nasty or derogatory about a colleague on the opposite side. Mr. Deputy, The public is watching. The region is watching. The world is watching. And they say a new, unprecedented kind of immaturity seems to have arrived in the Bahamian parliament. It's not a good look. We are all honorable, but our behavior too often demonstrates otherwise. I urge offenders, I call no name, to do better and to remember that we are leaders, that the general populace are watching. Mr. Deputy, the Bahamian people has tasted progress. They have seen what a focused, organized, and compassionate government can achieve when it tunes out the noise and delivers for the people. They have seen the investments in infrastructure, the relief in their utility bills, the food on their children's plates, and the homes being built for their families. And because they have seen what real progress looks like, I am certain that they want it and they want more. The budget before us is a blueprint for the future. It's a document that balances fiscal responsibility with deep human compassion. And we must ensure that it is fulfilled. It expands on social safety nets, rebuilds our island, not only in the province. It invests in our youth and secures our economy. Mr. Deputy, on behalf of the historic, proud, and unwavering people of Bain and Grantstown, the bedrock of our cultural and political heritage, I state without reservation that the Bain and Grantstown people wholeheartedly supports this wonderful progress budget. Thank you, Mr. Deputy, and God bless Bains and Grantstown, and may God bless the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. I close.
As many? The chair recognizes the honorable member for Mount Moriah.
Mr. Deputy, on the 12th of May 2026, throughout the length and breadth of our Commonwealth, after nearly 3 decades of successive administration being unceremoniously kicked out of office, Bahamians near and far rallied behind an administration that demonstrated that it possessed the ability to further progress, stability, and to provide purpose. Bahamians renewed their vote of confidence in the leadership of the astute, pragmatic, sage, and incomparable Prime Minister of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas and leader of the iconic, resilient, and ever-evolving Progressive Liberal Party, the Honorable Philip Brave Davis, Member of Parliament for Kidd Island, Rum Key, and San Salvador. He is the first amongst equals, Mr. Deputy. He is trusted, he is beloved, and he is respected at home and abroad. The people love him, Mr. Deputy, because he is brave. Mr. Deputy, the political pundits, naysayers, and self-proclaimed experts prior to the 12th of May insisted that every successive administration is destined for failure, is destined for a single term. As we say, Mr. Deputy, one and done. But again, I say, not this time. Mr. Deputy, the doubters were taught a valuable lesson in real time, and that is, we, the people, will always choose progress over cynicism. We, the people, will choose results over rhetoric. And we, the people, will choose substance over spectacle. Therefore, Mr. Deputy, if I were not standing in these hallowed halls and in such distinguished company, I would be tempted to borrow two very powerful words of the late Prime Minister Sir Lyndon Oscar Pinland, which aptly describe what I saw on the 12th of May. I saw waves and waves and waves of blue shirts, Mr. Deputy, and I said to myself, all aboard. And Mr. Deputy, if I were not mindful of the parliamentary decorum and adhere to constraints of time and the standards expected of me in this place, I might even be inclined to declare 2 straight and PLP all the way. Punctuated with, we told you so. But I won't do that, Mr. Deputy. This member will take the high road because this chamber demands conduct befitting of the office we hold. Because in our pursuit to secure a 3rd consecutive term, to ensure that progress remains front and center for the people of the Bahamas means, Mr. Deputy, that there is no room for distraction, no room to take umbrage, because anything less does not serve us or the Bahamian people. Mr. Deputy, the PLP don't play, Mr. Deputy. I say again, Mr. Deputy, the PLP don't play, Mr. Deputy. Our wartime generals don't play, Mr. Deputy. We have proven already that during political wartime, we take no prisoners, that we leave no ground uncovered, and during and after battle, we leave no man behind enemy lines. Mr. Deputy, unity over division. Mr. Deputy, it was our unity and our commitment to the mission. We remembered the mission, Mr. Deputy, and it was and is forever grounded in our dedication to the people we serve. We understand that we were not sent here to pursue any personal agenda or engage in political frolic or unnecessary back and forth. We were sent here by the people of the Bahamas in the collective as an assembly. Mr. Deputy, this member was sent here by the people of Mount Moriah. Thousands of men and women, young and old, believer and skeptic, PLP and former FNMs mark their X for progress, mark their X for continued opportunity, mark their X for the Right Honorable Prime Minister, mark their X for their MP, mark their X for a team that they knew could and will deliver. Deliver hope, deliver affordable housing, deliver low electricity, deliver not on that simple premise. We will deliver on that simple premise that we learned in primary school, that if we can think it, we can achieve it. The commitment and connection to Mount Moriah goes beyond a vote. It extends beyond the perfunctory speeches in Parliament, Mr. Deputy. The commitment is encapsulated in that old Bahamian expression, I is you, and you is me. And that is why we secured the greatest margin of victory in Mount Moriah's history, 1,200 plus votes. We together won every single polling division, Yellow Elder Gardens, Millennium Gardens, and Stapleton Gardens. But I wish to acknowledge those that went before me, those that laid the foundations. This is as much their victory as it is mine. The former members of Parliament, Code Smith and Arnold Forbes, ensure that we carried the PLP for the first time ever the 2 consecutive terms in Mount Moriah. As such, I stand once again for the first time during my 2nd term, feet firmly planted in this place to contribute on behalf of the people of Mount Moriah with humility, sincerity, and a heart that is full and a mind that is resolved not only to remember the mission, but to execute it with military precision. Because time has taught us that the race is not for the swift, but for those who endure to the end. Committed, Mr. Deputy. But what does that mean, Mr. Deputy? It means a commitment to redouble efforts, to roll up sleeves once again, to remove obstacles and impediments to progress. Mr. Deputy, we won, but there is no time for a victory lap or time to gloat, because the clock never stops ticking. Committed, Mr. Deputy. We demonstrated that commitment in our first term when we salvaged what was left of our broken economy. We did so, Mr. Deputy, and we are now before the Bahamian people once more to challenge ourselves to elevate again and again and again. Mr. Deputy, there is no room for stagnation. There are no seats for the resting of laurels. There is no room for spectators. Today represents a full circle moment for me to rise in this place and debate a budget shepherded by the distinguished Honorable Michael Halkitis, Minister of Finance, and his team at the Ministry of Finance is both an honor and a testament to the virtues of longevity, commitment, and perseverance. The honorable member served with distinction in the office of the Prime Minister, navigating before ascending to the portfolio of Minister of Finance. His journey reflects the value of hard work, experience, dedication, and steady leadership in public service. We met in 2002, and he allowed me to join the campaign with him. My very first vote was casted for him, and I stand here today not with wishy-washy words, but as a true and living exhibit of the goodness of the Minister, Michael Halkitis. He made the single most greatest investment for me to attend law school in England, and I will leave that there. Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, I was Minister Halkitis' constituent then, and what he has done for me, I know he has done for countless of others. He elevated me without seeking anything but to see me rise above my station in life. And this is because on this side, Mr. Deputy, we build, we elevate, we don't denigrate. And now today we are parliamentary and ministerial colleagues. This is evidence that we must never give up on our young people, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker. No matter how bleak it looks, Deputy Speaker, no matter the circumstances, no matter their socio-economic background, we must lead with heart and educate them. But I am sure the Deputy Prime Minister and Member for Exuma and Ragged Island will touch on those matters in short order, Deputy Speaker. The Minister of Finance vocation requires the Minister of Finance to be shrewd, to be calm and measured. But Deputy Speaker, his intellect is only seconded to his kindness, and most of all, he is a man of the highest integrity. I respect him, and we love him because he's decent. Mr. Deputy, there is no greater affirmation in political life than to earn the trust and the commendation of the people you serve. The events of the 12th of May represented what many regard as the elusive political holy grail, the opportunity to return to the electorate after a full term in office and receive not rebuke, Deputy Speaker, but a renewed mandate. The Bahamian people examine our record. They assessed our stewardship. They measured our promises against our performance, and their verdict was clear. We served with distinction. We delivered meaningful progress, and we earned the privilege to continue the work of building a stronger, better Bahamas. Having said that, Mr. Speaker, I will now turn to the matters under my portfolio. Mr. Deputy, I am honored and privileged to stand here as the Minister of State in the office of the Prime Minister, and I am grateful to the Prime Minister for the confidence he has placed in me to steward portfolios on behalf of the Bahamian people, specifically the Disaster Risk Management Authority, the Broadcasting Corporation of the Bahamas, and Bahamas Information Services, Television and Radio. Mr. Deputy, before I begin, I want to take a moment that is, I think, very necessary. I want to acknowledge my predecessor in this Disaster Risk Management Authority portfolio, the Honorable Leon Lundy. Minister Lundy did not merely serve as the Minister of State with responsibility for disaster risk management. He carried the Bahamas to chairmanship of the Caribbean Disaster Emergency Emergency Agency, the body through which our region prepares, responds, and recovers together. To sit in that chair is to speak for the Caribbean's most hazard-exposed communities on the most consequential questions of our time. Minister Lundy occupied that seat with skill, with dedication, and with quiet authority that defines genuine leadership. On behalf of all the members on this side, Minister Lundy, and every member of the Disaster Risk Management Authority, I say thank you, Minister Lundy. The standard you set, we carry forward, and I wish all of my colleagues to give Minister a round of applause. Deputy Speaker, a budget is a declaration of values. It reveals what government considers important enough to invest in, what risk it has decided to take seriously, and what kind of country we are trying to build. I rise today to speak about what this government has decided is important: the safety, the preparedness, and the resilience of the Bahamian people against the full spectrum of hazards that our geography and our climate place before us. The 2026-2027 national budget reflects a whole of government commitment to disaster risk management that I want this House and the Bahamian people to public to understand clearly. During the 2025-2026 fiscal period, the Ministry of Finance conducted its annual disaster risk management budget tagging exercise as required by the Disaster Risk Management Act. This exercise tracked every dollar allocated across government on disaster risk management related activities. The figure that emerged for the fiscal year is approximately $60 million, as outlined in the Comprehensive Financial Strategy for Disaster Risk Management. When this fiscal period budget tagging exercise is completed, the Comprehensive Financial Strategy for Disaster Risk Management guarantees that at a minimum $60 million will be set aside for the DRM-related exercise at the line ministry level. We also anticipate that number to increase during this fiscal period. We are not leaving anything to chance. At least $60 million across ministries, across departments, across programs, from public works, maintaining flood mitigation infrastructure, to health preparing emergency response protocols, to education, building climate resilient schools, to Disaster Risk Management Authority itself coordinating the national system. This is a comprehensive approach, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, that figure is not an accident. It is a policy. It is the government saying, with resources rather than rhetoric, that the protection of the Bahamian people from hazards of our era is a whole of government responsibility, and we are meeting it. The specific allocations within this budget for the disaster risk management sector are as follows. Disaster risk management, $2,544,000. Disaster prevention fund, $6 million. Disaster emergency fund top up to restore the balance to $17,003 million. Disaster risk management spending unit within the Office of the Prime Minister, approximately $1 million. Whole of government DRM expenditure, Ministry of Finance budgeting exercise, $60 million. Madam Speaker, the Disaster Prevention Fund receives $6 million in this budget. Under the Disaster Risk Management Act of 2022, this fund is designated to finance risk analysis, disaster risk reduction, and disaster preparedness activities. That includes hazard and risk assessments, community resilience programs, early warning system development, training and simulation exercises, land use planning tools, and public education work that turns awareness into action. The Disaster Emergency Fund receives a $3 million top-up in this budget, restoring its balance to $17 million. Under the Act, this fund is designated to finance disaster response, rehabilitation, recovery, and the adoption of financial protection instruments. It is the liquidity backstop that allows this government to act immediately when an event strikes, before donor financing flows, before contingent credit is drawn, before international assistance arrives. Mr. Deputy, it is the difference between a government that waits and a difference between a government that moves. Disaster Risk Management Spending Unit housed within the Office of the Prime Minister receives $968,960. This unit supports the policy coordination and strategic oversight functions of the portfolio at the center of the government. Together with the authority's own operational allocation and the wider whole of government figure, these line items represent this government's concrete, measurable commitment to the safety of the Bahamian people. This is serious business, Deputy Speaker. These line items can be the difference between life and death. Mr. Deputy, I want to speak about context, because the case for sustained investment in disaster risk management is not made in a vacuum. It is made in the world as it is, not as we wish it to be. Our Prime Minister, the Most Honorable Philip Davis, has been unambiguous on the global stage about what the world looks like for a nation like ours. At the 26th United Nations Climate Change Conference in Glasgow, COP22, Sharm el-Sheikh, at COP28 in Dubai, before the United Nations General Assembly, he has said plainly, for small island developing states, climate change is not an environmental concern relegated to future generations. It is a present condition, reshaping the terms of our existence right now. He has spoken of the profound injustice that nations contributing least to global greenhouse gas emissions are absorbing the most severe consequences of them. Mr. Flowers. He has championed the Loss and Damage Fund as a matter of equity and basic international fairness. He has put the Bahamas, a nation of 400,000 people, at the center of one of the most important conversations of the 21st century. The work of the Disaster Risk Management Authority is the domestic expression of the global position. The Prime Minister makes the argument in Geneva and New York and Dubai. Our job is to make sure that when those speeches are delivered, the systems behind them are real. The early warning reaches the settlement, that the shelter is stocked, that the first responders are trained, that the community knows what to do, because again, Mr. Deputy, this is serious business. The Country Work Program, 2025 to 2030, our National Comprehensive Disaster Management Blueprint, is built on a clear-eyed assessment of what we face. 80% of low-lying islands of the Bahamas sit within 1 meter of mean sea level. Annual mean temperatures have increased by ½ degree Celsius since 1960, with acceleration. The 4 major Category 4 and 5 hurricanes have struck us in recent years. Hurricanes Joaquin, Matthew, Irma, and Dorian were not a run of bad luck. They were a signal, and this government has heard it. Mr. Deputy, the Disaster Risk Management Authority was formally established in July 2024. Born from the passage of the Disaster Risk Management Act 2022, replacing the National Emergency Management Agency Act, also known as NEMA, and the Disaster Reconstruction Authority. It was a recognition that the full cycle of disaster management comprising mitigation, preparedness, response, and recovery must be held in a single coherent institution with a unified mandate and the agility to move across all phases. 2 years on, I want to give this House an honest account of where we stand, Mr. Deputy. The Comprehensive Disaster Management Audit conducted by the Caribbean Disaster Emergency Management Agency, CDEMA, assessed against 457 indicators of the CDM strategy and the Sendai framework for disaster risk reductions, tells us our response phase is strong, scoring 2.52 out of 3. Our preparedness phase stands at 2.38. These are phases most visible to the public during an event, including the activation of the Operations Center, the deployment of personnel, and the delivery of supplies, and they reflect years of institutional investment. But we are not resting on our laurels. There is more work to be done and a higher score to be achieved. Where we have ground to cover is in mitigation, the reduction of risk before disaster strikes, and in recovery, the structured, equitable restoration of communities after one does. Both phases scored 1.57. These are not failures, Mr. Deputy. They are the frontier of the work ahead. And the 5-year country work program we are now implementing is designed precisely to close those gaps, output by output, year by year. That is the honest picture, not a crisis, not a boast, not a boast.
The chair recognizes the honourable member for Pinewood.
Mr. Deputy, I move that the business of the House be extended beyond
Is there
the
a
7 o'clock
seconder?
hour.
It has been moved and seconded that the business of the House do proceed beyond the 7 p.m. hour. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The motion is carried. The business of the House will proceed beyond the 7 p.m. hour. The chair recognizes the honourable member for Mount Moriah.
That is an honest picture, Mr. Deputy. Not a crisis, Mr. Deputy. Not a boast, Mr. Deputy. A nation building systematically toward the standards its people deserve. Mr. Deputy, let me speak to what this authority has delivered in the period under review, because the record is one this House should hear. The National Disaster Emergency Operations Center, the nerve center of the National Emergency Coordination, has been activated multiple times since the authority's establishment to manage the response to hurricanes and tropical storms impacting the Bahamas. Mr. Deputy, every activation is a test. Every activation produces lessons, and those lessons are being systematically incorporated into how we operate. We are now in the final stages of the procurement phase of the major National Disaster Emergency Operations Center retrofit. The retrofit will result in ergonomic consoles aligned to the incident command structure and upgrading lighting, emitting diode, video wall, raised flooring for enhanced data and electrical infrastructure, and the restoration of dormitory facilities for the personnel during sustained day activation. The target completion date is the 8th of August 2026, deliberately before the peak of the Atlantic hurricane season. Every decision in this authority is made with the calendar in mind. Mr. Deputy, a national disaster management system that is concentrated in Nassau is not a national system, and the members from Abaco would attest to that. Oh, yeah. It would be a Nassau system. Our commitment is to every single island, every single district, every single community in the archipelago. In partnership with the United States, Northern Command, and the Royal Bahamas Defense Force, we introduced the Regional Disaster Readiness Training Exercise, Transition Family Island Preparedness Training from virtual sessions to face-to-face workshops. These workshops bring together Family Island administrators, disaster risk management consultative committees, public centers representatives, and non-governmental organization partners. To date, workshops have been delivered to 9 of the 16 Family Islands. The remaining 7 are scheduled. We will not stop until every Family Island administrator has been trained and every disaster risk management consultative committee operational, Mr. Deputy, because this is serious business. We have never stopped working. Across 4 islands, warehouse stocks, we have been expanded the pre-positioned sleeping cots, mattresses, hygiene kits, and community emergency response team kits. These are not logistic footnotes. These are supplies that are already on the island when the storm passes and the road to the airport is gone. However, we do acknowledge that we need to procure more relief items in line with global benchmarks and ratios. And this is exactly why we are partnered with the World Food Program and DHL Group to conduct a supply chain logistics and capacity exercise and assessment technical training at the GETS airports ready for disaster assessment. We are currently in the planning stages aimed to execute and complete this first assessment within the fiscal year. The authority has acquired 18 utility terrain vehicles outfitted with wildland firefighting apparatuses, together with 445 backpacks. This is a new national capability, one that addresses specific gap identified in the Family Island hazard response, particularly in the southern islands where water sources during a wildland fire are scarce. Class A foam induction systems are now in the procurement to extend each vehicle's operational range. These utility terrain vehicles are being prepared for shipment to their designated islands. When those vehicles arrive on those islands, they will be the first wildland firefighting capability some of those communities have ever had. Mr. Deputy, that matters. That is the difference between life and death and the loss of property. Because again, Mr. Deputy, this is serious business. The authority is implementing Web EOC, a centralized real-time emergency management platform that links the National Disaster Emergency Operations Center with incident command centers across the Family Islands. It enables the real-time compilation of situation reports, supports after-action review processes, and gives our national report system the kind of information architecture that modern emergency management requires. This system is approximately 60% operational, with full deployment scheduled before the peak of the 2026 Atlantic hurricane season. The authority has developed, and its board of directors have approved, a standard operating procedure and safety outline guideline document for national disaster emergency operations, codifying roles, responsibilities, templates, and safety standards for all phases of activation. It is reviewed annually. It is, as all good operating documents must be, Mr. Deputy, a living instrument. The Disaster Risk Management Act of 2022 mandates the development of a comprehensive financial strategy for disaster risk management, including the establishment of a disaster emergency fund and disaster prevention fund. The Inter-American Development Bank is actively supporting the development of an enhanced budget tagging methodology, enabling government-wide tracking of disaster risk management expenditure. The Bahamas has also secured a $100 million contingent loan from the Inter-American Development Bank, structured as an ex-ante financing for extraordinary public expenditure arising from severe or catastrophic disasters with a maturity period of 25 years. Mr. Deputy, these are not aspirations. Mr. Deputy, these are financial instruments in place and working. Mr. Deputy, I want to take a moment to speak to a milestone that this government has achieved and that I believe deserves to be understood by every member of this House. Mandated under Section 13 of the Disaster Risk Management Act 2022, the Comprehensive Financial Strategy for Disaster Risk Management has been developed by the Ministry of Finance in consultation with the Disaster Risk Management Authority. It is the financial backbone of everything else we do. The strategy is grounded in rigorous probabilistic risk analysis. The science tells us our exposure is real, but it also tells us that our exposure is quantifiable. For coastal flooding, our annual average loss, meaning the expected average economic damage per year, Deputy Speaker, is $200 million. Our probable maximum loss for a 1 in 100-year coastal flooding event is $2.1 billion, Mr. Deputy. For hurricane winds, the annual average loss is $160 million, Mr. Deputy, with 100 and 100 probable maximum loss of $3 billion. The total exposed value of public and private stock in the Bahamas is an estimated $44.2 billion. Mr. Deputy, that is what is at risk. Against that baseline, this government has set a target to reduce the potential human and economic loss by 45% over the next 10 years. Specifically, we are targeting a reduction of the annual population affected by coastal flooding from 4,000, 2,500, and for hurricane winds from 9,000 to 5,000. Mr. Deputy, these are not aspirational numbers. These are targets with instruments behind them. The Comprehensive Financial Strategy employs a labored approach to disaster risk financing, designed to ensure that the Bahamas has the right instrument for the right level of risk. At the risk transfer layer, the Bahamas holds parametric insurance through the Caribbean Catastrophe Risk Insurance, providing rapid payout coverage to up to $50 million United States dollars following a qualifying tropical cyclone or excess rainfall event. At the risk retention layer, the government has assessed to the Inter-American Development Bank contingent credit facility of $100 million United States dollars, national private banking credit lines of approximately $150 million United States dollars, and the Disaster Emergency Fund. At the risk reduction layer, the Disaster Prevention Fund and annual disaster risk management budget allocation, including approximately $60 million in the whole of government spend, work together to reduce the baseline risk over time, Mr. Deputy. Every dollar invested in the prevention under this strategy is estimated to reduce future disaster response costs. Taken together, these instruments are designed to cover the $700 million probable maximum loss threshold for public sector assets as 100-year return period. The residual acceptable risk, the portion not transferred, retained, or reduced, stands at approximately $251 million to be addressed post-event financing instruments if required. Mr. Deputy, this is what a serious country looks like when it confronts its risk honestly and builds the architecture to manage it. Mr. Deputy, Everything the authority does is now anchored in the Country Work Program 2025 to 2030. Our National Comprehensive Disaster Management Blueprint, developed through extensive consultation with the government ministries, private sector, civil society, the Caribbean Disaster Emergency Management Agency, the University of the West Indies Disaster Risk Reduction Center, the international partners. It is aligned with the Sendai Framework for Disaster Risk Reduction, the Caribbean Disaster Emergency Management Agency strategy, the Paris Agreement on Climate Change, and the Antigua and Barbuda Agenda for Small Island Developing States. The Country Work Program is built on 5 outcome areas: institutional, strengthening, evidence-based programming, sector integration, whole of community engagement, and strengthen rehabilitation and recovery. 17 outputs, measurable targets, a performance monitoring framework tracking progress quarterly, supported by disaster liaison officers embedded in the ministries across the government. This is not a strategic document that sits on a shelf. It is an operational framework. The question is not whether we are following it, because we are. For fiscal year 2026-2027, our targets under the Country Work Program include the further implementation, disaster risk management policy, instruments, the formal constitution of the 3 implementing entities, the activation of 5 community inclusion initiatives, the delivery of 8 regional disaster readiness exercises, the growth of our technical workforce, and the training of 80% of staff under the Country Work Program aligned program. These targets will be reported against publicly. The performance monitoring framework ensures that. Mr. Deputy, there is a phase I want to return to where we are going. The institution we are building, the Disaster Risk Management Authority, is 2 years old, but the direction is set. The framework is in place, and the trajectory is clear. The Comprehensive Disaster Management Audit is honest about our needs, and so am I. Our Country Work Program and annual plan identify capacity gaps in specialized fields, geographic information systems, data analytics, hazard monitoring, artificial intelligence-assisted risk modeling, the recovery planning. These are not marginal capabilities. They are the analytical foundation on which sound risk reduction decisions are made. We are targeting a 10% growth in technical staffing this fiscal year. We are building 2 new institutional partnerships with regional bodies for knowledge exchange and technical development, and we are implementing a structured country work program, aligned training to develop the expertise we need from within our own team. The ambition is not merely a larger workforce, it is a more capable one. Bahamians trained to global standards in the disciplines that protect Bahamian lives. As previously noted, 7 Family Islands have not yet received in-person regional disaster readiness training, exercise workshops, and the authority is working to bring that initiative to those islands. In addition, the National Tabletop Exercise, a full simulation of a hurricane impacting archipelago, engaging the National Disaster Emergency Operations Center and every Family Island Incident Command Center simultaneously, is scheduled for July 2026. When it runs, it will be the most comprehensive test of our national response system since the authority was established. The Web EOC platform, when fully operational, will be the digital connective tissue of that system, linking Nassau to the Family Islands in real time during an event. We are months away from that capability being fully online. Mr. Deputy, the area where we have the most runway is mitigation, the reduction of risk before disaster strikes. This means national risk data systems that are routinely updated and actively used by planners and developers. It means hazard assessments that inform land use decisions. It means building codes enforced in accordance with what science tells us about where and how we should build. It means communities that understand their own risk profile and are equipped to act on it. Mr. Deputy, This is the work that does not make the news. It does not activate operation centers. It does not require a press conference. But it is the work that, when well done, means that when the storm comes, fewer buildings fall, fewer lives are lost, fewer families are destroyed. It is, in every sense, the most important work we do. With Brave. Our recovery phase, which scored 1.57 in the Comprehensive Disaster Management Audit, is the other frontier. The lessons of Hurricane Dorian, both the heroic and the hard ones, taught us that recovery is not simply rebuilding what was there before. It is rebuilding better. It requires documented business continuity plans, adequate recovery financing instruments, systematic post-disaster damage and needs assessment, and monitoring and evaluation of recovery programs to ensure no family falls through the cracks. The National Recovery Framework Program, one of our 5 country work program priorities, is the vehicle for closing this gap. It will take time. It requires resources, coordination, and a sustained will. But it is in motion, Mr. Deputy, and in the fiscal year 2026-2027, it advances. Mr. Deputy, I want to speak now not as a minister reciting policy, but as a Bahamian who has looked clearly at what this country faces. On the 2nd of September 2019, Hurricane Dorian made landfall over Abaco, Category 5, sustained winds of 185 miles per hour. It sat over our islands for nearly 2 days. 70 Bahamians lost their lives. Thousands were displaced. $3.4 billion in damage in a country of fewer than 400,000 people. This was not ancient history. That was some 7 years ago. And for some people, and especially my Abaconian colleagues, it feels like yesterday. It does. Many of their constituents are still rebuilding. Now consider this. The United Nations has found consistently that every dollar invested in disaster mitigation saves up to $15 in recovery costs. $15 in a country that lost $3.4 billion in a single storm. The arithmetic and preparedness is not difficult. It is self-evident. Our own comprehensive financial strategy is even more precise. For every $1 invested in risk reduction and preparedness ex ante, $2 in the disaster response costs are avoided. That is the return this government is generating with the $6 million allocated to the Disaster Prevention Fund, the $3 billion top-up to the Disaster Emergency Fund, and the $60 million of whole-of-government investment in disaster risk management this year. But I want to say this off of script, Mr. Deputy. We are putting lives before money. And this is what this government does. We are prepared for what will come. And we will continue to prepare, Mr. Deputy. The question before any government is not whether to invest in disaster risk management, disaster risk management. The forces of nature do not wait for budget decisions. Tropical systems do not defer to fiscal calendars. The question is whether the investment is adequate to the risk and whether it is made before the event rather than the response to it. History answers clearly what happens when the investment comes after, because this is serious business. We have lived in that history. We are still in it. We are still living in it and in some of the communities. And it is precisely that history that makes what this government is building a fully operational, professionally staffed, regionally connected, evidence-driven disaster risk management authority, not a bureaucratic project, but a national moral commitment. Mr. Deputy, the Bahamas does not sit alone on the frontier of climatic risk. We sit within the region. The Caribbean Disaster Emergency Management Agency coordinates the comprehensive disaster management, framework across 20 participating states. When a storm strikes another Caribbean nation, Bahamian expertise and resources may be called upon. When Dorian devastated our islands, our regional neighbors stood with us. That is the Caribbean Pact, and the Bahamas has been and remains one of its leading voices. Our country work program is a comprehensive disaster management program, developed in direct partnership with the Caribbean Disaster Emergency Management Agency and the University of the West Indies Disaster Risk Reduction Center, validated against the Caribbean Disaster Emergency Management Agent basket of indicators, and supported by the European Commission through the Building of Resilience to Disaster Risk and Climate Change project. Mr. Deputy, our indicators are comparable to those of every other Caribbean Disaster Emergency Management Agency participating state. Our performance is visible and regional. Under the chairmanship of Minister Lundy, the Bahamas occupied the leadership of the Caribbean Disaster Emergency Management Agency at a critical period. That legacy is one we are building on. It is not merely a memory, but as an active posture of regional engagement, Minister Lundy, we are indebted for the work that you would have done. The work we do here contributes to how Caribbean manages its collective exposure. The standards we meet here raise the floor for the region, and you stared that, Mr. Lundy. At the global level, as our Prime Minister continues to advocate within the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, the Small Island Developing States framework, and before the United Nations General Assembly for the recognition of our unique and disproportionate burden of climate risk, the institutional credibility of our domestic risk management architecture strengthens the authority and that advocacy. When we say the Caribbean is serious about resilience, we need to be able to point to what we have built. The Country Work Program, the National Disaster Emergency Operations Center, the Community Emergency Response Team Network, the Family Island Reach, the budget tagging exercises. These are the evidence behind the argument. Mr. Deputy, I am pleased to provide an update to this House that the Bahamas has been selected to host the 27th Regional Platform for Disaster Risk Reduction in 2027, which was accepted by the former Minister of State, Leon Lundy, at the United Nations Disaster Risk Reduction Global Platform in Geneva, Switzerland. This is a significant moment for our country and for our region, as it was then, it is now. The Regional Platform for Disaster Risk Reduction is convened under the auspices of the United Nations Office for Disaster Risk Reduction and brings together governments, regional bodies, international organizations, civil society, the private sector, and the scientific community to assess progress, share knowledge, and to shape the future direction of disaster risk reduction in our region. The 27th iteration of this platform will be held from the 8th to the 12th of March 2027 at the Atlantis Resort Convention Center on Paradise Island in a hybrid format combining in-person and virtual participation. And we also invite you for your expertise, Minister Lundy. The theme of the conference is Bold Decisions for Resilient Futures, Governance for Innovation and Impact. It is a theme that speaks directly to where our region stands. The 27th Regional Platform will be the final regional platform before the post-2030 Global Disaster Risk Reduction Framework is established. It is therefore a pivotal moment, an opportunity for our region to influence the global priorities, the finance architecture, and the governance structures that will shape disaster risk management for decades ahead. The program will feature a ministerial meeting, 4 plenary sessions, 6 hybrid sessions, and special in-person features, including a solutions laboratory, thematic pavilions, an innovation showcase, and an exposition. It is an opportunity for the Bahamas to demonstrate to the world not only for our hospitality and our beauty of our islands, but the seriousness and the substance of our commitment to this work. Hosting this conference is a direct product of the regional leadership that we helped to build and of the credibility that this authority and the government has earned through consistent, dedicated engagement in the regional disaster risk management agenda. We are proud to host. We are preparing, Deputy Speaker, with purpose. Deputy Speaker, I want to recognize some of the people who make this work possible because they deserve to be named in this chamber. To the Permanent Secretary, Mr. Marcellus Taylor, the Executive Chairman, Mr. Alex Storr, and the Managing Director, Mr. Aaron Sargent of the Disaster Risk Management Authority, and to the 61 members of our team across Nassau, Grand Bahama, and Abaco. You operate in a field that always demands readiness under conditions that are, by definition, the most difficult we will face as a nation. The National Disaster Emergency Operations Center activations of the past year were not exercises. They were real events, South Beach, requiring real decisions, South Beach, affecting real lives, Abaco, and you answered. The standard you keep in the quiet months behind events as much as during them is what makes a national system trustworthy. I am proud to serve alongside all of them. To the Family Island administrators who chair disaster risk management consultative committees in their districts, you are the bridge between the national framework and the communities. It is designed to protect. That role is indispensable. You are seen, but most of all, you are valued. To the community emergency response trained and active communities across this archipelago, you are what resilience looks like from the ground up. Before the government arrives, before the international partners mobilize, before the convoy reach the island, Fox Hill, you are already there. This is what preparedness is for. To our partners, I should say Grand Bahama because you normally do the work in Grand Bahama. To our partners, the United States, the Northern Command, the Caribbean Disaster Emergency Management Agency, to Inter-American Development Bank, the University of the West Indies Disaster Risk Reduction Center, the United Nations Development Program, the United Nations Office for Disaster Risk Reduction, and our other bilateral, multilateral, and non-governmental organization friends, your partnership reflects confidence in the Bahamas and in the importance of this work. We do not take it for granted. And to the Prime Minister, for the clarity, the courage, and the consistency of our global voice on behalf of the most climate vulnerable nations on earth. The platform you have built and the credibility you carry make this work more possible, and we all say thank you. This is not about the numbers or frameworks or audit scores. There is a child growing up right now on one of our family islands on Abaco, or perhaps in the settlement of Grand Bahama that has not fully recovered from Dorian. That child is growing up in one of the most beautiful places on earth, but they are also growing up on one of the most exposed places on earth. And what we owe that child is not an elimination of the hazard. That is beyond the government's power. But what we owe them is a country that has done everything within its power to reduce the risk, to build the systems, to train the people, to develop the plans, to put the supplies on the island, so that when nature tests us again, and it will, we faced it with the fullest possible capabilities and the clearest possible conscience. The vision of the Disaster Risk Management Authority is stated simply.
Member, the chair recognizes the honourable member for Long Island.
Deputy Speaker, I'd just like to know, with the leave of the member from Mount Moriah, talking about the capabilities to deal with the inevitable climate crises that we will experience. You just mentioned Abaco. The island of Abaco in 2012 had 4 12-megawatt generators. As a result of Hurricane Dorian in 2019, which preceded their prior term in office, subsequent to Dorian, Abaco lost one of those 12-megawatt generators. And still to this day, Abaco only has 36 megawatts of available power as opposed to the 48 megawatts of installed power. My question is, since he's speaking so glowingly of this administration's preparation, can he advise whether that additional generator, 12-megawatt generator, is being brought on stream to be able to support the needs of the electricity on the island of Abaco?
Okay. Yeah, the chair recognizes the honourable member for Exuma and Ragged Island.
Firstly, Mr. Deputy, a point of order is not a question.
Members,
Posed to the Speaker.
Yeah.
We must follow the rules and order of the House of Assembly. There's question time. We never interrupt the Speaker to pose a question, Mr. Deputy, and I ask the member to follow the rules of this House now and moving forward, Mr. Deputy.
Yeah. Honourable member, are you prepared to answer the question?
Mr. Deputy, I'm going to focus on my
Thank you,
speech.
honourable member.
Sidebar later.
The chair recognizes the honourable member for Mount Moriah.
Just like the record to reflect, Mr. Deputy, that the responsible has said that they have not yet provided an answer to this very important question.
All right. Thank you. Yeah.
You don't have to answer it.
M- Mr.
You accept your non-answer. Accept your non-answer.
This is simple as demanding to achieve. And we're every...
Accept your non-answer. Tells you everything you need to know about how much you all care. You talk about progress. We know that you're joking. It's not serious. That's a good question,
No. We can keep the decorum. We can keep the decorum. We can keep the
Order,
decorum.
members.
We're gonna keep the decorum, and I'm gonna focus on my speech. That's what I'm gonna focus on. That's why I'm here. I'm not here for the bathroom. Yeah, and we can speak afterwards. Okay, sir. Thank you, sir. I appreciate that, sir. This budget reflects this government's understanding that resilience is not built in a single fiscal year. It is built across years through consistent investment, growing capacity, and the institutional continuity that allows learning to compound into capability. The $60 million reflected in our disaster risk management budget, tagging the 5-year country work program, now in active implementation, the National Disaster Emergency Operations Center serving the nation across 3 offices and all 16 family islands, and the comprehensive financial strategy now providing the layered financing architecture our risk profile demands. These are the marks of a government that is serious, not rhetoric, not frolic, not back and forth. As my colleague from Central and South Eleuthera like to say, just worked. We are serious, and we are building. Mr. Deputy, I now focus my attention on the Broadcasting Corporation of the Bahamas. Right. Mr. Deputy, for many Bahamians, Zephyr, Nassau, Sunshine, also known as ZNS, has never simply been a broadcaster. It is that trusted connection between islands, separated by miles of ocean, but united by a shared identity and a common story. It is the people's station, and that is why it is a fabric of Bahamian life. While it has stood the test of time, we must accept the world is changing. The audience are not the same, and the technology has taken on a new dimension. The corporations that will lead tomorrow are the ones willing to evolve today. That is why the Broadcasting Corporation is undertaking one of the most significant periods of transformation in its history. Not because our legacy is behind us, but because our greatest opportunities lie ahead. And we also want to acknowledge the Member of Parliament for Pinewood, who has done a great work at the Broadcasting Corporation in his tenure. We thank you for the work that you have done. Today, ZNS is building on that foundation that you would have set, sir, along with the workers of ZNS, to become more modern, more innovative, more competitive, and more connected than ever before, while remaining true to the responsibility it has carried for generations, serving the Bahamian people. Mr. Deputy, that transformation is already underway. While ZNS remains the only broadcaster with the ability to reach every inhabited island of the Bahamas, our ambition extends beyond coverage alone. In an era where Bahamians remain connected across continents and platforms, our focus is on strengthening that connection through compelling content, modern technologies, and growing a digital presence that keeps audiences informed, engaged, and connected to home. To support that vision, the corporation has undertaken a comprehensive modernization program aimed at strengthening operations, expanding audiences, reach, and positioning ZNS to lead locally, compete regionally, and to meet the standards of a global media environment. This transformation has included the expansion of live television and digital coverage, strengthening of breaking news operations, growth of digital journalism and social media platforms, introduction of new local programming, upgrades to technical infrastructure, stronger radio signals, increased investment in staff development and training, modernization of sales and marketing operations, expansions of revenue-generating services, completion of outstanding audits for the years 2017 through 2024, migration from the legacy Marketron accounting system to NetSuite, improved pension processing timelines, enhanced cash management procedures, strengthened internal controls and financial reporting. These investments have not only expanded the reach, strengthened the capabilities, and positioned the corporation to meet the demands of the rapidly changing media environment, they have also enhanced transparency, accountability, and operational efficiency through the corporation. Deputy Speaker, the measure of the modern broadcaster is no longer how far its signals travels, but how powerfully its content resonates. My ambition is for ZNS to compete frequency for frequency, platform for platform, and story for story, with the most respected broadcasters in the world, while remaining unmistakably Bahamian in voice, in purpose, and in service. As we continue to evolve, our commitment is to ensure that wherever audience tune in, whether through traditional airwaves, digital platforms, or emerging technologies, the Bahamian story is heard clearly, it is heard confidently, and it is heard without compromise. Deputy Speaker, the continued investment of this administration in the Broadcasting Corporation reflects a clear understanding of the important role ZNS plays in the national development, public communication, cultural preservation, and emergency preparedness throughout our archipelago. I am pleased to report that the corporation has received an allocation of $10.5 million for the 2026-2027 fiscal year, building upon the support provided during the previous budget. That $10.2 million for the 2025-2026 budget year enabled the corporation to advance critical modernization initiative, strengthen operational capacity, and undertake infrastructure improvements that will support long-term and sustainability. In addition to its annual allocation, the government provided further support during the last budget cycle to facilitate urgent operational and capital requirements, including infrastructure upgrades, equipment modernization, and other strategic investments necessary to strengthen the national broadcasting network. Mr. Deputy, public broadcasting carries responsibilities that extend far beyond traditional commercial operations, maintaining nationwide television and radio services, preserving emergencies, communications, capabilities, supporting public information initiatives, and serving communities across multiple islands requires resources and sustained investment. The government's continued commitment has provided the foundation upon which the corporation has been able to modernize its operations, expand its services, and position itself for the future. As that transformation continues, the corporation also recognizes the importance of creating new opportunities that complement its public service mandate while strengthening its capacity to support future growth. It is through that lens that we continue to explore innovative ways to expand our reach, enhance our value, and to unlock new opportunities within the evolving media landscape. Deputy Speaker, if the Broadcasting Corporation is to play a meaningful role in supporting national development, it must also position itself to capitalize on the opportunities that accompany that growth, whether it is tourism, sports, culture, entertainment, investment, promotion, or major national events. Each presents opportunities not only to showcase the Bahamas, but also to expand the corporation's commercial footprint and create sustainable sources of revenue. Deputy Speaker, the approach is straightforward. We are leveraging the expertise, the infrastructure, and the reach that already exists within the corporation to provide services that are increasingly in demand through the region and beyond. This includes expanding live event production services, growing our digital media offerings, developing motion graphic advertising solutions, enhancing community and special events coverage, promoting archival and recording services, strengthening regional broadcasting partnerships, exploring opportunities throughout the Caribbean. These pursuits are not mutually exclusive. These initiatives are not a departure from our public service mandate. They are a natural extension of the work we already do. They allow the corporation to maximize the value of its assets, diversify its revenue base, and create new opportunities for growth while continuing to serve the Bahamian people. Supporting these efforts is a renewed focus on sales and marketing. The department has undergone restructuring to improve client engagement, strengthen business development efforts, and expand the range of products and services available to both existing and prospective clients. A major milestone was the relocation of the department to Centerville House, creating a more accessible and professional environment for customers and business partners. The corporation has also broadened its commercial offerings through new television and radio programs, enhanced new products, expanded digital advertising opportunities, and more flexible advertising solutions designed to meet the need of a changing marketplace. Looking ahead, the introduction of ZNS Sales App will further modernize the customer experience by allowing clients to access service, review advertising options, and complete transactions through a convenient digital platform. Together, these initiatives reflect a simple objective, Mr. Deputy, ensuring that the Broadcasting Corporation remains not only a trusted national institution, but also a commercially agile organization capable of supporting its future growth and contributing to the wider economic development of the Bahamas. Mr. Deputy, the corporation's greatest asset remains its people. Significant attention has been placed on employee development through training, professional development, workshops, staff conclaves, leadership initiatives, and career advancement opportunities. Strategic partnerships with the University of West Indies, the National Training Agency, and the international broadcasting organizations have expanded opportunities for staff development while reducing training costs. These investments have strengthened employee morale, increased productivity, and enhanced the corporation's overall capacity. But, Mr. Deputy, no plan, no platform, no piece of technology can move an organization forward without the people behind it. At the heart of ZNS are the men and women who report the news, operate the cameras, manage the control rooms, produce the programs, maintain the transmitters, serve the clients, support the accounts, drive into communities and show up during storms, during elections, emergencies, state events, and ordinary days when the public still expects the national broadcaster to be there. The corporation's greatest asset remains its people. These investments are not merely administrative, they are investments in confidence, morale, productivity, and professional pride. They ensure that ZNS modernizes its system and expands its services. Its staff are also being equipped to grow, lead, and succeed in a changing media environment. Mr. Deputy, that commitment to the people and the service is also reflected in the growth of the Northern Service. Over the past 3 years, the Northern Service has strengthened its role as the leading public broadcasting service in Grand Bahama and the Northern Bahamas. That has included the relaunch of the Bahamas Tonight Northern Service, the establishment of the digital media unit upgrades to the newsroom and production facilities, the acquisition of new news gathering equipment and vehicles, improvements to radio transmission capabilities, and continued investment in staff development. This matters because national broadcasting must never feel Nassau-centric. Every island has a voice. Every community has a story. Every region deserves to see itself reflected in the national conversation. A major priority remains the acquisition of permanent facilities for the Northern Service. Such an investment would provide the infrastructure necessary to support future growth and improve service delivery throughout Grand Bahama, Abaco, Bimini, and the surrounding keys. Continued investment also needed to strengthen transmission infrastructure and improve radio coverage throughout the Northern Bahamas, particularly given the critical role radio plays during hurricanes and other national emergencies. The corporation also continues its efforts to establish a Southern Service headquarters in Exuma. This would expand coverage through the southeastern Bahamas, create new revenue opportunities, and strengthen regional content production. Madam Speaker, every clear signal, every uninterrupted broadcast, Mr. Deputy, every clear signal, every interrupted broadcast, and every trusted voice on the air begins with a strong foundation. As the national broadcaster continues to expand its reach, strengthen its services, and meet the demands of a modern media environment, it is equally important that the infrastructure supporting those services remain reliable, resilient, and fit for purpose. Despite the significant progress made, critical infrastructure challenges remain, especially after the fire that we most recently experienced. Foremost among these is the corporation's master control system, the operational heart of the national television network. Every program, live broadcast, news update, and public information announcement passes through this system before reaching viewers across the country. The reality is that the current system has reached the end of its operational lifespan. While the corporation's technical teams have worked diligently to maintain its functionality, temporary repairs can no longer serve as a long-term solution. The replacement of this system is now a critical priority to ensure the continuity and reliability of national broadcasting services. This investment is particularly important given the role ZNS plays during hurricanes and national emergencies and other critical events when Bahamians turn to their national broadcaster for timely and accurate information. The network must be ready to respond without interruption. Reliability is not simply an operational objective, it is a public responsibility. Mr. Deputy, the corporation has also undertaken the comprehensive assessment of its transmission infrastructure across the country. These assessments reveal significant deterioration in towers' transmissions. Recognizing the importance of these assets, work has already commenced to address the number of deficiencies. These efforts have resulted in stronger radio signals, improved transmission performance, and a greater network reliability through several areas of the country. Radio in particular continues to serve as a critical lifeline across our archipelago. During hurricanes, power outages, and other emergencies, it remains one of the most accessible and dependable means of communication available to the public. Maintaining a strong and resilient radio network, therefore, remains a national priority. Deputy Speaker, infrastructure may not always be visible to the public, but it is the foundation upon which every broadcast depends. Investing in these systems today is essential to ensuring that ZNS continues to operate at the standard expected of a modern, national, responsive, and capable of serving the Bahamian people whenever and wherever the need is most needed. The Bahamas Information Services. The budget estimate, I turn my attention to Bahamas Information Services Department. The Bahamas budget estimate for 2026-2027 fiscal year is $2,697,000, an increase of $40,000 over the current fiscal year, which stood at $2.6 million. Of that amount, the lion's share are allocated to salaries and wages for both permanent and pensionable and contract employees. This represents 90% of the department's annual budget. The balance of the budget is distributed to cover allowances, travel subsistences, supplies and materials, services, and minor capital repairs. Regarding the operations, the major capital expenditure is the cost to retrofit the new corporate office for BIS. Additionally, the supply of the new furnishings and retrofit works are expected to be carried out in Grand Bahama office located in the Commercial Center. New spending requests for the Global Fund in the Ministry of Finance amount to $370,000. This request is intended to cover new hires, travel subsistence, communication equipment, material supplies, and services such as licensing fee for applications and graphic programs. In terms of new and revamped communication products and services, the following are proposed. A 60-second video that highlights significant policy announcements and projects rollouts in New Providence and Central Southern Bahamas. Video releases are targeted for the northern region, highlighting much of the work being executed through the Ministry of Grand Bahama and other government agencies such as Urban Renewal. Weekly emailer published online every Saturday morning in an effort to keep our Grand Bahama mailing list subscribers in the know with what is happening in the government news for the Northern Bahamas. These new products will augment our flagship program, Your Government in Action, our newspaper This Week in the Bahamas, our online radio and podcast, The Link, in addition to ongoing editorial content on our YouTube channel, Facebook, X, and Instagram platforms. The weekly newspaper is printed by the government printing and distributed within the government ministries and agencies, but we wish to reach many of our consumers, especially in the Family Islands, who do not use social media and the internet as their primary source of news and public affairs. Deputy Speaker, the mandate of the Bahamas Information Services has not changed since its establishment by an Act of Parliament in 1974, which is to link government and its people through constant communication of factual and timely information. As the institutional memory of the government, we remain a source of historical scholarship and a force for social and civic good. In the era of social media, where everybody could be either a journalist or an influencer, or both, where diverse motives and hidden agendas give rise to misinformation and disinformation, the Bahamas Information Services stand as the gatekeeper of the unvarnished facts regarding public affairs, which are reliable, unassailable, and made available in a timely manner. We remain committed to using the 21st century communications technology that, in the face of disinformation, misinformation, gaslighting, half-truths, untruths, BIS remains a beacon of truth and the facts without political spin or vanish, as this posture will ultimately advance the public interest. And I seek to close now. I seek to close right now, Mr. Deputy. I will close right now. In closing, Mr. Deputy, in closing, Mr. Deputy, the naysayers said 2 consecutive terms would never be achieved. The naysayers said our sights were set too high. The naysayers said we on this side were on a fool's errand. The naysayers said our nation was too divided and distracted by party allegiance to ever come together. In 2017, the naysayers set fire to hope and fanned the flames of hate. But we said, not this time. Because, Mr. Deputy, under the rubble of our loss in 2017, our leaders saw a faint glimmer of hope emerge from the darkness. He led us to victory in 2021, and he led us to victory in 2026. He did that, Deputy Speaker, and he taught us, Mr. Deputy, that even when it is pitch dark, a man may lose sight, but never his vision. I repeat, he taught us that even when it is pitch dark, a man may lose sight, but never his vision. I thank every single person that supported me in Mount Moriah, my campaign team, my campaign manager, my family, and most importantly, the Almighty God. Mount Moriah supports this budget.
Thank you. The chair recognizes the honourable member for Pinewood.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy. Mr. Deputy, I move that the House suspend until 3 p.m. Tuesday, June 16th.
Is there a second? He said 3. It is, the chair recognizes.
For Exuma being the chair.
Thank you, honourable member. It has been moved and seconded that the business of the House stands suspended until tomorrow at 3 p.m. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The motion is carried. The business of the House stands suspended tomorrow until 3 p.m. with Exuma making his contribution.